Good afternoon, everyone. This June 21st, 2022 meeting of the Lake Oswego City Council is now in order. Ms. Linder, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Buck?
Here.
Councilors Verdick?
Here.
Councilor Rapp is excused this afternoon. Councilor Mans?
Here.
And Boone?
Here.
Wenlin?
Here.
And Wynn.
Here. Now, everyone, will you please stand and join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So this afternoon, we have Debbie Bradway. Debbie, are you here? Hi. Debbie is going to present the council with the annual Meals on Wheels donation check. So please, Debbie, come forward.
I just.
Yes, please, please.
Okay.
Glad you're here.
Gimp along. My name is Debbie Bradway, and I'm president of the board of Lake Oswego Meals on Wheels program. And Mayor Buck and City Council, thank you for allowing us to address you today. First, I want to recognize some of our board members that are here. If they could please stand up. Come on, you guys. And also is Maria Bigelow, manager of the ACC, and we thank her, and Lisa's not here, but they are a tremendous support. As you know, Lake Oswego has its own Meals on Wheels program serving seniors and disabled residents who are housebound. The Adult Community Center also offers on-site, hot, and really, really good meals. On Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and generally served between 11:30 and 12. I want everybody to realize we are a separate program from Meals on Wheels people. We are self-funded, and we provide for our own program, and it's all home-cooked food. So I think to save time, we have an invitation for each of you to come over for lunch one day. If you can call ahead and just tell them you're coming, that's great, but otherwise it's all right. And we'd like you to try it truly. I mean, fresh spinach with strawberries, and it's amazing food. So
Thank you.
During COVID, it wasn't, because the ACC was closed and we had to pay for it somewhere, and we dropped on clients because it just wasn't the same. So what is our mission? We are a 501c3 organization which raises funds to help offset costs to prepare and deliver meals minus what our senior citizens can pay. Nobody is denied a meal if they can't pay. For clients over 60, we recommend a donation of $4. And if you're under 60, we charge you $5. The actual cost of a meal is approximately $13.57, which includes overhead. And as you can imagine, the cost of labor and food is going up astronomically, especially like fish. Due to COVID, we were unable to hold many of our popular fundraising events, but we're beginning again this year. Our Beer Brought Some Bingo is a big sellout event at the ACC. Our continued goal is to reimburse the city for full cost of providing the program, which comes in $80,000 to $90,000 a year. Two of our most successful partners are New Seasons Market and the local restaurant owners. The 8 Days of Kindness campaign at New Seasons takes place the week before Thanksgiving. And then during October, it is Meals on Wheels month. And last year we had, I believe, 13 or 16 restaurants each contribute $1,000 each. And Mayor Buck, I want to thank you. You've always been a really strong and generous supporter. I also want to acknowledge how appreciative we are for the generous donations from many individuals, local businesses, and other nonprofit organizations in the community. I'm going to give you just a few facts about the program. 75% of our clients are homebound, 25% come into the center. Average number of meals delivered to residences is 87 per day by volunteers, and that's Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Our average revenue received from seniors averages about $3.91 per meal. On-site average is $4, from homebound seniors $2.39. So it leaves about a deficit of $8 a meal, which we raise money for. People continually say, do you really need Meals on Wheels in Lake Oswego? Absolutely. Last year, approximately 50% of the clients paid little or very little towards their lunches. Again, I want to thank the mayor, city council for your ongoing support. And on behalf of our board members and the ACC and our volunteers, I'm proud to give you $40,897, which along with the COVID relief funds covers 100% of the cost of the program.
Wow.
So I think I will leave you all the goodies, and thank you very much. Please come over and have lunch.
Thank you very much, Debbie. And thank you to the board members who are here. We know that Meals on Wheels too provides more than just the food. Some of the stories I hear, that contact that you have for a lot of the recipients, the visit from the Meals on Wheels volunteers, some of the only social contact that folks have. So you're doing a great service to residents in the community. We really appreciate all of you. Thank you very much. Oh, June is a special month for many reasons. Thank you. And in part because of these few proclamations that we are going to make now as a council. So the first is for Amateur Radio Day, which really seems to be anything but, because these local radio operators are in fact quite professional and certainly well-versed in providing communications during natural disasters and also helping during on-air simulated emergency tests. So we appreciate all the work that our amateur radio operators do to keep the community safe. Our next proclamation is for and I'm giving all the full text of all of the council proclamations are available online. I invite the community to go and read those words, but for brevity, I give a synopsis here. So our next proclamation is for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer questioning, intersex, and non-binary, and other gender non-conforming Pride Month. This month, we ask the community to join us in reaffirming our commitment to actively support, defend, and stand proud with all members of the LGBTQI+ community in Lake Oswego. At this time, when non-binary and trans youth especially are facing hate crimes and marginalization, sometimes at the hand of other government bodies, it's important for our local youth and community to know that their city council stands firmly with them in their ability to live a life full of the same rights, joys, and dignities as anyone else. And this month, we also recognize gun violence reduction awareness. And even since we drafted this proclamation just a couple weeks ago, more violent terror gripped the nation this past weekend with shooting deaths coast to coast. And our community's heart goes out, of course, to our neighbors in Buffalo and Uvalde, who are just now completing the burials of community members lost to senseless homicidal gun violence. So let us not forget these victims and the many victims of gun suicides, and let us join in advocating for common sense gun safety legislation that will save lives and continue to make our community a safer place for everyone in it, especially our kids. So as I said, the full text of these proclamations are available online, and I invite everyone to read the words my colleagues and I put forth. Okay. So with that, we are going to move into public comment. And if anyone is here to provide public comment, if you would like to provide public comment, and you have not already done so, there are white slips in the back to fill out and hand to Ms. Linder. I'm going to call your name. You come forward. You have 3 minutes to provide comment. There's a little indicator light that will be green, yellow when you have a minute left, and then red when it's time to stop speaking. So first is Jacob Stewart. Jacob, welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm here today to address the utilization of the pickleball courts at George Rogers Park. I'm ignorant of any prior discussion on the topic, but I can assure you that the recent limitations are negatively impacting the community. It's being met with frustration, resentment, anger. I live across the street, across State Street, from the park. I've become an avid pickleball player and I've got to know many other pickleball players. Open hours of the courts used to mirror the hours of the park. They've since been reduced by 43%. I think most people agree that for a certain section of the park to be open with the rest of the park is appropriate. According to the Parks and Rec website, schedule adjustments were made as a, quote, courtesy to our Old Town neighbors to address noise and health concerns. I would argue that the acoustic curtains that were installed effectively block a majority of the noise. As for noise from pickleball being a health concern, that seems like a farce to me. By the way, the noise resulting from pickleball isn't all that noisy. It's also the noise of community being built, friends being made. There's families with children, senior citizens, wheelchair players, high schoolers. It's a very diverse group of people who like to gather for the common purpose of enjoying a game. I think that's something the city should be supporting and encouraging, not reducing and controlling. A consensus is that a couple nearby residents are being appeased at the cost of a great many more being disrupted. As far as I know, these are the only pickleball courts in the city. According to sources like NPR and NBC News, pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the United States. We should be getting more opportunity to partake in it, not less. The effort being put forward to suppress a healthy community activity is astounding to me. It's also noted on the Parks and Rec site that electronic gates are being installed. Seems like another unnecessary level of control. And it also goes to show that there is a certain level of non-compliance that must have been expected. There was a specific case this last Wednesday. The courts were closed for a Park and Rec class. And I fully agree that Parks and Rec classes should take precedence. However, they had the entire 6 courts shut down and were only utilizing one of them. And the park ranger was turning people away who otherwise could have been using them.
Thank you. I'm so sorry.
That's fine.
Thank you. No, we appreciate you being here.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm just sorry your time is up. Thank you. Nancy Kirk. Welcome.
I had no idea he was going to speak, but I'm right behind him on the same similar topic. My name's Nancy Kirk. I live at 1421 Nelson Court. I've been a tax-paying homeowner in Lake Oswego for 28 years. And my reason for addressing the council is exactly that we have parks that we're all paying for that are being, for some reasons, shut down. And the decisions are being made concerning pickleball play in the community for a sport that's gained immense popularity of all ages. Here in Lake Oswego, the club itself has 200 to 400 participants, way more than any other club sport that the city has, youth or adult. The Parks and Rec recently posted that they have cut back the time, and there are times that the courts are closed. These are times Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 4 to 6, and Sundays from 1 to 8, which are premier times for people that work, yes, they exist, and for families that get out and play, kids after school. The courts are closed. Apparently, this was a request of the neighborhood association. My questions are quiet times being enforced at other city parks? Why not close all of George Rogers? There's a playground right next to it, baseball fields, softball fields. There's an incredibly popular beach, yet we're not closing those. So why are we closing one piece of it? Will all the neighborhood associations have the ability to regulate which parks are closed and when? I'm a member of the Palisades Neighborhood Association. Can we bring up Cooks Butte, Azalea, the golf course, the new rec center, the Rashish property coming up? Can our association garner what hours those are open? So are we as a city willing to set the precedence by closing parts of our taxpayer-funded parks just due to individual requests? I'm asking that we open all of our parks for all of our taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe the next person, Liz Azuma, also speaking on the topic of pickleball. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Liz Azuma, and I am a homeowner taxpayer for the past 26 years in Lake Oswego. This is my home, my city. I'm here to speak about Lake Oswego, the George Rogers pickleball courts, of which, I'm sorry, I'm not very pretty right now, but I just came back from. I do want to speak to the council about the pickleball courts. It's really important for the city. The Park and Rec recognizes the importance of having the activity in our city. They've hired an employee for pickleball. Additionally, they have posted for other positions to hire for supporting the pickleball activities. Now we go to the courts and we're finding that the hours are being limited on public access for taxpayers to do an activity in the city. The city's priorities are obviously accessibility, which is not entitled to the pickleball players who are taxpayers. It talks about healthy living. That is being limited when it's the only venue in the city that allows for pickleball play. And I will not go into the other topics that the other speakers spoke about. I do want to emphasize the importance of the number of people that are active in the sport, that they are citizens here in the city and feel that we are being limited where other taxpayers, other activities are recognized and supported, yet the pickleball is being put aside. So I'm asking the city council to be aware of the importance and the number of people in the city that are involved in the sport and support access for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So for those of you speaking on the pickleball topic, as you know, this has been a point of lively discussion amongst members of the community. We have had others giving us a different perspective at past council meetings. So we sent this to our Parks Board to review and conduct a dialogue with members of the community and make a recommendation to the council. This is going to be coming back to us on July 5th, our first council meeting in July. So just so you're aware, that would be a good meeting if you'd like to come and participate on this topic of the pickleball courts. But we appreciate you being here tonight. Okay, and we do have one other individual, and I'm very sorry. I'm having a tough time reading your handwriting, but I believe it's Mary. Is it Mary Pat? Yes, so please. Hensel, Ms. Hensel. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Mary Pat Hensel, and I'm here today representing Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, and I'm here with two of our students who demand gun sense in America as well. And they will be graduating from high school, so I want you to know that we're here as a very intergenerational group, and we appreciate having you be able to have the proclamation for gun sense awareness and violence that you have taken your time to be able to put in place. So a lot of times we forget to say thank you, and I'm here to make sure that you know that we truly appreciate your help. No one can do this alone. We need to work together, and you have shown us that you're willing to work alongside many people in the community to take some action and to build awareness. And so I say thank you to you, and we will be around, and we hope that we can join you in more types of activities through the year. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here today. Hi. Thank you, Bill. Okay, thank you to everyone who provided public comment. We appreciate you all being here and providing us with your perspective. Okay, we are going to move now into the first of two public hearings this evening. The first public hearing is on Resolution 22-16. This is a resolution of the City Council acting as the Lake Oswego Public Contracting Review Board to adopt findings and approve a special procurement of a design and build contract for backup power at the Lake Oswego Tigard Water Partnership facilities. And we will start having Mr. Luce read us the hearing procedures, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a legislative hearing, so the members of the public will have 5 minutes to speak as individuals. Any representatives of neighborhood associations, homeowners associations, or other government agencies shall get 10 minutes to speak.
Okay, wonderful. And with that, we will start with the staff report. Mr. Broadus.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councilors. My name is Stefan Broadus. I am the Assistant City Engineer, and I am here today to present Resolution 22-16. So on a sunny day like this, it can be pretty easy for us to not think about some of the natural disasters that this project is trying to build resiliency against. So I wanted to start today with just a quick recap of a recent event. So in February of 2021, we received, well, obviously the city experienced a large-scale ice storm, and city staff received notice from PGE that they were expecting a widespread outage, and it could be several days before the city's power was restored to our region. So as you know, two of our key pieces of infrastructure for water supply are the river intake pump station in the city of Gladstone and the water treatment plant in the city of Westland. So here are a few pictures of the river intake site during that ice storm. And staff were quickly able to determine that the small generators that we already possessed were unfortunately going to be insufficient to generate the amount of power that was going to be needed to run the system. So instead of those existing generators, we made an emergency procurement of a generator system that was large enough to actually power the system to meet the level of winter water demand that we would typically see. So here are some pictures from the water treatment plant. In that picture, the bottom picture is a photo of the generator being refueled. And these generators ended up staying on site for a little over a week until power was restored. And we were actually quite fortunate to be able to procure these generators. There was quite a bit of demand, as you can imagine. And so that was quite fortunate that we were able to obtain those when we did. But looking forward, earlier this year, Council approved using ARPA funds for this project that I bring to you today that will install permanent backup power systems at these two sites. This will provide a system, a sense of resiliency against future outages such as the one we saw last year. And so as that project is getting started, staff feels that a design build approach will be preferable to the traditional design bid build delivery mechanism for several reasons. A design build will enable us to bring a contractor on board our project team very early in the process and thus really help shape and mold the design so the contractor can provide their expertise in considering the site constraints, construction methods, and as we're experiencing across the board right now, very long lead times on our materials that we're trying to procure. Excuse me. So with that, leads me to our recommendation, which is to adopt Resolution 22-16. Appreciate your time and open for any questions you may have.
Okay, does anyone have any questions? Can you just, so we're paying our portion of this with the ARPA dollars. Are we splitting the cost with our partner, Tigard?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, wonderful. And I guess we'll just make sure that they know about that we are doing this particular contract method and all of that in the spirit of our good partnership.
Correct.
Okay, that's great. Councilor Mbu, your question?
Yeah, my question is, I was watching something like with what's happening in around the country where heavy rain have destroyed some water treatment plant. I think it's somewhere in the Midwest. And so with the design you were doing and, you know, with the closeness also of water, are we secure about that when there is a flood like the one we have in the Midwest?
Yeah.
So, yeah, my name is Brett Beenerth. I'm the manager of the water treatment plant. And the main thing about the flooding, to address the counselor's question, is elevation. So it's not so much how far you are from the water, it's how high above you are. So our river intake is designed with all of our electrical and mechanical equipment above the 500-year flood level. If we have a 500-year flood, we're going to be in trouble. If we have a typical seasonal flood, we're way above the water level. And the same thing for our main water treatment plant. We're about 100 feet above the Willamette. So we would have to get the level of flooding that would have to occur to affect our facilities would be a region-wide disaster.
Question.
Thank you, yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
I just had a quick question. I thought I heard somewhere that when we built this original plant, that the neighborhood association didn't want us to put a backup power. Have we resolved that issue? I know that we're getting ARPA funds to pay for it, but just want to make sure that we have addressed those neighborhood concerns as well.
That would actually be part of this process. So no, we haven't resolved those concerns yet, but that would be built into once this project starts.
Do you foresee any pushback? I'm sure we could probably get people to agree that we need this power source.
I think that's another benefit of using design build approach is that we can have a multidisciplinary team. And one of the disciplines of that team can be planners and architects that can help design ways to mitigate those concerns.
My understanding of these backup systems is that they come on every week or every few days just to, or is that more like for residential backup power systems? Do they actually come on and create some noise for a few minutes and then turn off again? Just while they're not, I mean, I know that we'll use it when there's an ice storm and when we lose power, but what about during, on a routine week? Can neighbors expect to hear noise?
Yeah, these systems will almost certainly need to be exercised periodically. But again, that will be one of the challenges tasked with the design team to try to mitigate the impacts of that.
Okay, Councilor Winland, question.
So we did see the fuel truck in front of the generators. What's the power source for this one? Are we going to have the same issues, or is it propane, or natural gas, or is it something that we have a better chance of it once it's installed, we can actually fuel it?
Yeah, so in between that storm and where we are today, the city conducted a study that looked at several different sources to provide the backup power: wind, solar, nuclear, small reactor.
Nuclear, good. I like that one.
And so really just to look at all of them, some in more detail than others, some were rather quickly crossed off as being infeasible. And diesel generators are still the most viable generation source for these projects.
So as part of our plan, we're going to have some sort of a source of fuel then prearranged in situations like this? Or do we have, generator's not going to be helpful without the fuel, so.
So I can approach that. Part of the design going in is we'll have 3 days of fuel on site, so we'd be able to run continuously for 24 hours for 3 days. After that, even during this same event, the PGE supplied generators, they were struggling to get fuel to their own generators. So that is a problem that we're gonna have to work through, but having them, the generators on site takes the vast majority of the problem away. Going into that event, we ended up having to source 2 of these generators. The city of Oregon City asked about the generator we got 20 minutes after we got it. So we were able to get it, but there were no more generators. We can find alternate sources of diesel fuel. We just can't find the generators to put the diesel into on a short notice.
Great, thank you.
Good question. Counselor Mance?
Yeah.
Thank you. I think I've heard plenty of this on the Lake Oswego Tigard Water Partnership or from the team. So I do just want to give a shout out to the team once again. I know we have done this before, and that includes our executive management team as well. This was an extraordinary event. Along with the mayor, we had a meeting of the Oversight Committee, which included talking about this very thing for the future and trying to hit every possible contingency. It's not possible. So thank you again for your quick, nimble reactions to this. I wish there were a simpler way, but thank you for not considering a nuclear reactor. I think that would have been a really tough sell. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Good. I know.
But truly, thank you all.
Thanks, Councilor Mance, for bringing that up. Yeah, this has been a topic that's been vetted by the Oversight Committee, and they approve moving forward in this direction. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. With that, let's open the public hearing. I'll ask Ms. Linder if we have anyone here to testify.
No, Mayor.
Okay. And we will
Move to adopt.
close the public hearing.
I'd move to adopt Resolution 22-16, adopting findings and approving a special procurement of a design-build contract for backup power at the Lake Oswego Tigard Water Partnership facilities.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Okay. Ms. Linder, please call the roll.
Mayor Buck?
Yes.
Councilors Burdick?
Yes.
Mans?
Yes.
Boot?
Yes.
Winman?
Yes.
And Win.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation. We're now going to move to Resolution 22-18, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Lake Oswego adopting an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Lake Oswego and Metro for the sale of the Boone's Ferry Road staging property for development of affordable housing. So my colleagues know we're considering two separate resolutions here. The Resolution 22-18 is the resolution we're conducting the public hearing on, and then there's the related Resolution 22-19 that does not require a public hearing, but that will be then considering following the first resolution. So we'll have Mr. Luce quickly review the hearing procedures.
Sure, Your Honor. This is also a legislative hearing, so individuals have 5 minutes to speak should they choose. 10 minutes for representatives of recognized neighborhood associations, homeowners associations, or government agencies.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. And we'll start with the staff report from Director Siegel.
Well, thank you, Mayor Buck. Good afternoon, members of the City Council. Scott Siegel, Community Development Director. And as the mayor said, you have two resolutions before you. This is following up on a study session that the council held last month on the Boone's Ferry Road housing initiative, part of the City Council's goal to plan for future growth and quality of life in the community. The council's prioritized housing and really the disposition of the Boone's Ferry Road site relative to your housing goals is what is before you today. Resolution 22-18 would create an intergovernmental agreement between the city and Metro for purchase and sale of the property that's shown up on the screen here. The property is approximately 1.4 acres at the southwest corner of West Sunset Drive and Boone's Ferry Road. It's in the Westlake Grove Design District. The city went through a rezoning process last year, as you'll recall, where the Planning Commission recommended approval and the City Council enacted zoning changes to allow multifamily affordable housing on the site. Since that time, Metro has gone through a due diligence process. They've evaluated the property. They've found that it's suitable. In fact, it's well situated for affordable housing in the scale of approximately 50 units. The Metro Housing Bond funds projects that meet the criteria of affordability, and the intergovernmental agreement that you have before you outlines those requirements for housing. There would be housing for those earning those who are at the very greatest need in the community, on up to family housing and those earning at or below 80% of area median income. There is a requirement that at least 40% of the housing units would be for those earning 30% or less of area median income. So again, those who are in the greatest need in the community. Council will recall that your community community survey that went out last year, I believe, one of the highest priorities that was expressed by the community in that survey was that we address the housing needs of the community. And so this initiative is in alignment with that feedback that you received, and of course the council goal. The second resolution that is before you, 22-19, if approved, would initiate the process of developing a solicitation for an affordable housing development on the property. That solicitation would be prepared in coordination with Metro and the Housing Authority of Clackamas County. There's a public process or stakeholder engagement process that would begin shortly after the council's action on this. And Metro would lead that effort with support from the city and the county. That would come back to the council in the fall with the development solicitation, the terms of an RFP essentially that the city council would have input on. So really two IGAs, one for the purchase sale. The second is for the development solicitation process. The purchase offer on the property from Metro is $2.5 million. Council may recall that the city purchased the property in 2018 for the construction project, and at that time, the purchase was for $2.25 million. The city has received public testimony on this item. You received a letter from Ms. Willie Poinsett, President of Respond to Racism, in support of the proposal. Another letter in support from LO for Love, and individual emails from May Kedem and Terry Kramer. And that concludes the staff report. Thank you for your time, and let me know if you have any questions, please.
Thank you, Director Siegel. What, so there's 150 days to close on the property, and within that time, we're doing the stakeholder outreach and preparing the development, so that has to be done prior to the close, correct?
Yeah, and that's right. And so I'm glad that you brought that up, Mayor, because I think the timing, and we want to coordinate the timing on when the IGA is executed so that it gives us sufficient time to work through that process. And of course, you'll sign the IGA, concurrently with your partner at Metro and Clackamas County Housing Authority. So we've discussed that, and I think really the resolution would direct the city manager then to enter into these IGAs if that is your decision. So we're conscious of that time frame and want to make sure that it does afford enough time to develop the solicitation and to engage the public on it.
This might be an unrealistic scenario, but if we go through, sell the property, do the RFP, and there's no response, so or it's not deemed to be feasible, for whatever reason. Let's say the cost is too high, then to meet the goals and all of that. Then what would Metro's options with the property be?
Well, they're committed to making this property available for housing that would meet the regional goals. And I think, they may, it's hard to think about hypotheticals, but, sometimes RFPs are not successful. And then, you may find that it's restructured and it's put back out for proposals again. Of course, we want to work toward a successful outcome here. And, that's really what the engagement process is intended to do, is to hear from really those who would be using the housing and those who are in need of housing, as well as the providers who, can deliver that, to make sure we're structuring the RFP appropriately and we're successful with that. So.
Okay, but the IGA secures the use of the property for this use, right?
Yeah, we wouldn't close on the property until we had the solicitation finalized and you're, comfortable with that.
Well, and if Metro is using housing bond funds, their own bond covenants will restrict the use of the property to affordable housing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Windland.
I guess along those same questions, so there's no out once we commit. And if it doesn't happen, it could be an empty lot for 5 or 10 years, right? I mean, worst case scenario.
Well, I think maybe City Manager Bennett could address that. I think if it outlived the lifespan of the bond, then I think the property, we would be looking at other options.
I was going to say, I think if it were in that eventuality, I think we would want to have a discussion with Metro about whether we buy the property back from them. They will have to reimburse their bond fund. They won't be able to use that property for anything else. But if it looks like it's going to be extended, we would, I think, have a second dialogue with them about whether there was a different thing to go forward on. I suspect, based on conversations that Director Siegel and I have had with various affordable housing developers, that there'll be a lot of interest in this property.
Mm-hmm. Good. No, I just didn't want it to sit idle for a long time.
Yeah.
And then from the standpoint of development, we would be somewhat of a partner in, or what would be our role? We just are an observer that they have to follow our city codes on building? Is that kind of?
Yeah, Councilor Wendland, we would have direct involvement at three levels. The first is in preparing the solicitation, so the terms of the RFP. It's a three-party process in that. The selection process for the developer, city has a seat at the table on that selection panel, and so you would have the ability to appoint panelists or selection committee members for that. And then, of course, the third level where we have input, or where the community has input, is through the development review process.
Okay.
And ultimately the land use approvals.
And so once it's built, let's just say smooth sailing, I saw your timeline, it's already going to be built before the LORAC is going to be built in 2024.
Break ground, that's optimistic.
Oh, optimist. Yeah. Oh, okay. But so it builds. As far as running the facility, is there any input from Lake Oswego, or is it, and is it a set criteria? I mean, we talked about middle housing, and it was, is there any way that they would be able to change the criteria for the housing project to have a different set of criteria that is different than what it is proposed now?
Well, if you're referring to the mix of housing units or affordability, or the housing program is specifically for multifamily housing, so that much is locked in. The affordability, the income targets are also prescribed really by the housing bond and Clackamas County's local implementation plan for the housing bond. And so we should expect that's the housing need that this will be targeting. does that answer your question in terms of?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that, I mean, we're going in with the intention of this turning out as the project that was presented, and I didn't know if there's any levers that they could pull through the process, or even 5 years or 10 years from now, to change the demographic buildup, where it could be, you know, raising the income level or lowering it so far, or changing the intent, I guess, of the building, because this is a 60-year decision, 70-year, let's see.
Yeah, I believe it's 60 years.
60-year decision, right. So I just want to make sure that we're setting us up for success and the expectations for our community.
Yeah, I think through, you know, the various financing tools and tax credits that would be utilized for a project like this, there are commitments that are made, and, you know, they're locked in, essentially. You know, the city would be extending an incentive as well, where we have a requirement that the units remain affordable, you know, for a period of time, and that they're meeting certain income requirements. So I think there's probably controls at different levels, or various levels.
Okay, thank you.
Director Siegel, one more question, and it's our, you know, part of our role, and it says as we go down, this kind of isn't really related to the sale, but thinking ahead, in regards to the land use, this property is in the West Lake Grove Design District, and are we updating those, are those updates to the code that the community is going through, is that happening right now?
That's a good question, Mayor. The community group that is reviewing the design codes, both for Westlake Grove and the Lake Grove Village Center, is still working through that. They're looking at a whole range of things, including materials and outdoor space and landscaping. And there are certain building design standards that we know are burdensome and are expensive, and our code is not really kept up. It's not up to date in terms of wood siding is specified in some areas where it's where you have the option to build with like concrete fiberboard siding in other areas. That's a kind of a change in building technology that we need to update our code to address. So staff is working on the annual package of code amendments that you see every year. And I've asked the planners to focus on the material, to bring our materials up to date for this zone and these districts where we're at with the rest of the community, so that at least a builder, an affordable housing builder or otherwise, would have that option to be able to use that, you know, that siding material. So that'll be coming forward. Now, if the community group, the Lake Grove Business Association, and the neighborhoods that are working on their proposal, if that comes forward first, then of course we'll bring all of that to, you know, to the Planning Commission together. But I think we do need to focus on certain aspects of that.
And Scott, you're about to talk about climate friendly in just a second. Are any of those regulations going to affect Lake Grove Village or West Lake Grove?
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a moment. If anything, those changes would afford greater flexibility for a project like this in terms of parking and even building height, which is not something that we've talked, or that they've talked about or that we've considered, but yeah, you'll want to take a look at that too.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all right, we will open move into the public hearing. And I know that we have some folks, we have one person joining us via Zoom, so we're going to start there.
Willie Poinsett is joining us via Zoom.
Okay, we'll start with Ms. Poinsett.
Hello.
Hi, Willie. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Well, let's get a little volume. Okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay.
There we go. Yeah.
Greetings, Mayor Buck and city councilors and the others around. I'm Willie Poinsett, a 36-year resident of the city and co-founder and president of Respond to Racism in LO. I am here today before you to request that you vote yes on Resolution 2218 and Resolution 2219. Voting yes on these resolutions will provide or affordable housing in this upscale community. Voting yes on these resolutions will be a giant step in making Lake Oswego a welcoming place to live, to work, play, raise children, and retire. Voting yes will enable more of our workforce to reside in Lake Oswego. Partnering with Metro to purchase and develop Boone's Ferry Road staging property to be used for affordable housing is a giant and necessary step toward having affordable housing in Lake Oswego. It is time to change the narrative about our city as just a place, an upscale suburb that represents classism and for some racism. If we really believe in and want to be in a city that promotes diversity, equity, and inclusion, we need to walk the talk. So once again, I ask that you vote yes on Resolution 2218 and 2219. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Okay.
And she gets the best background of anyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Vaught. Please. Good afternoon. Welcome. You have
Thank you.
up to 5 minutes.
Hello, Mayor Buck and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of affordable housing in Lake Oswego. My name is Amy Vaught, and I'm the District and Legislative Director for State Senator Rob Wagner. Senator Wagner couldn't attend today's meeting, but wanted me to share his strong support for the proposed sale of the Boone's Ferry area for the purpose of affordable housing. As many of you know, Senator Wagner grew up in Lake Oswego and is proud to represent the communities of Southwest Portland, Lake Oswego, Wilsonville, and Tualatin. When Senator Wagner moved back to Lake Oswego nearly 20 years ago, Mayor Julie Hamstead was assembling a task force on affordable housing, and Senator Wagner joined a broad coalition of community members who worked for months on recommendations for progress on addressing housing affordability. This proposed sale is a great moment to celebrate that work after so many years. Senator Wagner has been proud to partner with other legislators to step up for access to safe and affordable housing in this district. During the 2021 legislative session, Senator Wagner partnered with Representative Salinas to deliver $3 million in American Rescue Plan Act funding to support affordable housing in Senate District 19, where we are. As you move forward with your efforts, please know that Senator Wagner and I are eager to partner with you to advance, advocate, and support housing of affordable quality here in Lake Oswego. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Vaught. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would like to testify? Oh, please. Give us a little introduction for the record.
My name is Anna Maher. I'm a resident here in Lake Oswego for 20 years over in Westlake.
Good to see you. Thank you.
So good afternoon, Mayor Buck, city councilors, and members of the Redevelopment Agency. My name is Anna Maher, and I make this written comment on behalf of LO for Love in response to today's agenda item related to the Boone's Ferry Road staging area. LO for Love is a grassroots community organization whose mission is to transform Lake Oswego into an inclusive community that dismantles racism, bigotry, and intolerance, advocates for social justice, and celebrates the diversity of all people. As a community organization that advances diversity, equity, and inclusion in Lake Oswego, we affirm that affordable housing is at the cornerstone of these values. affordable housing attracts a wide, diverse range of residents who enrich our community and stimulate our economy. Moreover, as a city that has historically excluded marginalized groups, we recognize the particular significance of supporting policies and infrastructure investments that make our community accessible and welcoming to all. LO for Love recognizes the hard work and initiative of City Council, city staff, and others in identifying and prioritizing affordable housing opportunities in Lake Oswego and applaud this work. Please know that the community as a whole supports you in this endeavor. As this year's community survey found, residents of Lake Oswego rank efforts to promote equality in the community as the city's top priority. Accordingly, LO for Love urges the city to continue pressing forward on the Boone's Ferry Road project and seeking other locations for affordable housing opportunities. These efforts will go a long way in achieving the city's goal of a more inclusive and welcoming Lake Oswego. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marr. We appreciate you being here. Is there anyone else here that would like to provide testimony? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing, and we'll start deliberations. Does someone like to make a motion on Resolution 22-18?
Move to adopt Resolution 22-18 and direct the city manager to enter into an IGA with Metro for sale of Boone's Ferry Road staging property to Metro.
Second.
Okay, discussion. Councilor Wendland.
I think we should be really excited. I know that we've gone through this process, and so maybe the council isn't as verbose as we could be, but we have been verbose to this stage. And I think this celebrates a lot of input from a lot of different people in our city. And what I'm excited about is this is really one of 3 projects that we're working on between Merrillhurst and the other Boone's Ferry project. And so I think we've moved glaciers and gigantic icebergs by doing a lot of this work. And so I just want to at least give a shout out to the staff who has truly been remarkable at getting us to the nitty gritty of this, and Senator Wagner and Representative Salinas for making a nice contribution to these projects, and for Merrillhurst, and then for the Metro bond to give us the seed money. So it's happening because a lot of people work together to make it happen. And so, that's right. And it's way overdue. I mean, the last project was, I worked on that 15 years ago, and it took 5 years to get it done, and we're probably 10 years past due for providing other projects. So anyway, we're catching up, so.
Thanks, Councilor Wendland. Councilor Boone.
Yes, I just wanted to thank Director Scott and his staff and all the people who work for this. It's important for me that we have things like this. I did not grow up in a wealthy community. I grew up, I can say, poor, and I could never afford to live in a community like this. And when I have the opportunity to say that I have a home that I bought, purchased, and live in a city like this, I don't want it to be only for me, because there are many thousands who are not like me and who would like to live here, and who we don't deserve more than them. And especially me, I am someone, a guest invited to this country. I chose to live here. And like most of you, you were forced to live here. I chose to live here. That's why, for me, building the beloved community start from there, from building the Blue Zone start from there. I told the mayor one time, what if we do this community and one day the next president of the United States came from that housing, because they will have opportunity to go to good schools. And we know good schools opens the way for many people, and that's why the work we are doing is good. And power can only be used for good. If you don't use power for good, you don't deserve to have it. And that's what we have here. And I am really emotionally, like, this thing is big for me. It's important. And not only that, on a week or so ago, 10 days ago, I met a kid who grew up in Lake Oswego, whose parents are here. He dates actually one of my former kindergarten students. And I told him, oh, you from Lake Oswego? He said, not anymore. And I said, why? You don't like our city? He said, I cannot afford to live there. And those are narratives you hear. People who grew up here, we chase them away. That's not right. We cannot operate like that. We have to open channels where they can come back and, be able to live here and grow up and get something that they can access, in higher level of housing. So for that reason, I am so happy that we are doing this. And I said it Sunday at the Juneteenth that we are the most progressive city. People were laughing. I'm not joking. Lake Oswego is set for that. We are the best city in the metro area, and we are the most progressive. Every day we are showing it. We are doing things. It's not the past that matters the most. It's what we're doing going forward. And I am proud to live here, and I'm happy to be part of this council. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Boone. I think, to Councilor Winland's point, this is definitely overdue. Ms. Vaught talked about the Affordable Housing Task Force that existed now almost a generation ago. And just now we're finally realizing many of the intended outcomes, of the recommendations that community group made around the turn of the century. And to Councilor Booth's point, I really believe there's no greater impact we can have as a council than to ensure families have housing that is secure and affordable, and that provides kids the opportunity to grow up in this community. We know that the zip code that someone is born into is the single greatest indicator of how long they will live. I mean, the community is so important to someone's overall health. And so these, not to be dramatic about it, but these really are life-changing opportunities, and they not only impact the future residents of the community, but also everyone who is here today, and everyone who is, especially those in housing insecure situations, which just continue to grow. As we know, the cost of housing catapults even over recent very strong growth in wages. And so a community that has opportunity for all income levels to thrive is a community that is ensuring it grows and remains a vibrant community for the time to come. And the sale of this property will also fund future growth and continued health in Lake Grove as we reinvest these proceeds into continued development of the Lake Grove Village Center project, the plan. And the IGA, I think, is good. It ensures our community will have a strong voice in the important developer selection, and ensure that the process will work well with the surrounding neighborhoods whose area we intend this project will further enliven and beautify. So, Councilor Mans.
Thank you, Mayor. I could not be more happy with the outcome of this. I was simply just reflecting on the fact that it's been 22 years since that initial housing task force got together. And I hope that this be a lesson to those out there, especially those younger than me in 22 years. Who knows where I'm going to be, but to persevere, to keep up, to keep going, that nothing is impossible. Be bold if you believe in something. Don't let it go. And you can make it happen. So thank you to all those who came before, who had that vision and kept it going slowly, admittedly, for us to hit this point here today. thanks to everyone and to my council.
Thanks, Councilor Mills. Okay, no further comments? Okay, we'll have Ms. Leonard call the roll.
Mayor Buck,
Yes.
Councilors Burdick,
Yes.
Mans,
Yes.
Boot,
Yes.
Wendland,
Yes.
and Wynn.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, thank you. And would someone like to make a motion on Resolution 22-19?
Go ahead.
I guess I will.
Gotta get it.
I move to adopt Resolution 22-19 and direct city manager to enter into an IGA with Metro and the Housing Authority of Clackamas County for the purpose of soliciting development proposals for the development of affordable housing on the Boone's Ferry Road staging property.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yay.
Thanks, Director Siegel. Okay, we are now going to, does anyone need a break yet? No. Going. We'll do one more?
Two.
One more thing? Okay. 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 We're going to have our first study session now, which is an update. Well, it's a housing needs update. It's an update on the housing needs update and the housing production strategy. And we are welcoming Senior Planner Eric Olson and Director Siegel.
Good afternoon, Mayor and the rest of City Council. It was not long ago that I was here talking to you all about House Bill 2001. And of course, it hasn't been very long since then, but we're very much moving forward. More discussion about housing, today related to House Bill 2003. So again, something to think, along the same continuation of the work that has been happening for the last 20 or so years. We're going to talk about very similar issues. So I'll get going a bit here. Of course, this relates to the City Council goal to conserve the community's quality of life by planning for growth and change, and to complete work on key housing initiatives, including House Bill 2003 compliance. So basically, I'm going to touch on just a very broad overview of House Bill 2003 today, sort of describing what it entails and how it will impact Lake Oswego, as well as a work plan to complete the project within the state mandated deadlines that are effective related to House Bill 2003, and hopefully receive some direction on how to proceed from you all. So I'll begin with some background on the work that House Bill 2003 will address. Oops. Some type of issue with the computer here, Carrie, sorry. There we go. How do I get rid of this? All right, sorry for that. All right, so the housing needs analysis as a concept has existed for a while now. Lake Oswego actually already has an adopted housing needs analysis that was adopted back in 2013. That was tied to a periodic update of the comprehensive plan and related really to state goals around housing, Goal 10 for statewide planning. This includes an assessment of housing need and capacity over a 20-year planning horizon. It needs to include an inventory of the supply of buildable lands, as well as a determination of the capacity that they could hold in terms of housing. And it would also require that cities conduct an analysis of existing and projected housing need by type and density range in order to determine the number of units and the amount of land needed for each housing type. So we, again, last completed this back in 2013. I'm assuming that we'll have very different findings when we go back and update it, but back in 2013, we found that we needed about 2,300 new units to meet our growth forecast by 2035. A lot of that need was concentrated with multifamily units, about 37% of that total need. So a lot of that housing needs analysis found that
there was a lot of land within the downtown and Lake Grove village centers that could accommodate that multifamily need. So that's just a really brief overview of what was in that previous housing needs analysis. So one of the sort of major components of House Bill 2003 is that it sets a schedule for cities to update their housing needs analysis, and also requires basically every 6 years after that initial date, another update sort of in perpetuity. So the city of Lake Oswego is set on a schedule to update their housing needs analysis, our housing needs analysis, by the end of next year. And so that's something that wasn't quite firmly understood previously. So that's something that House Bill 2003 sort of cemented into place and set a schedule that's coordinated between cities for. All right, and so just generally speaking with House Bill 2003, the HNA is only one component of this larger legislation, which was adopted back in 2019 concurrently with House Bill 2001. So it was always sort of thought as a follow-up to House Bill 2001, but a related legislation. Again, three major pieces that were really intended to meet the housing needs of residents throughout the state. The first there is to pilot a statewide housing analysis. That's actually what they're calling the Regional Housing Needs Analysis, or RHNA. There was a pilot project completed just last year for this sort of idea to explore a statewide program where housing need is really studied and addressed on a more regional level. They're still undergoing the rulemaking for that at the state level. There's a working group and statewide engagement process underway, but that's still sort of being developed at the state level. So we really don't know what those implications are for Lake Oswego as of yet for the RHNA. And of course, as I spoke about a moment ago, the housing needs analysis was sort of formalized, as well as the new introduction of a requirement that cities produce what is called a housing production strategy, really the main course, I guess, if you will, of House Bill 2003, the biggest sort of new piece, would sort of require cities to commit to addressing the needs that are identified in the housing needs analysis through the development of strategies that would address those specifically. So really just sort of building upon the framework of the HNA to move forward with, what are you going to do about this need? So the rulemaking efforts related to House Bill 2003 were actually completed at a similar time frame to House Bill 2001 back in the end of 2020. There was rulemaking sort of parallel to that for House Bill 2003. And so we're operating within a similar framework to what we had for House Bill 2001, where there are organ administrative rules that really dictate what the parameters are of where we have to go according to the state mandate. And that includes sort of the different requirements that are required to be within an HPS, or housing production strategy, as well as sort of the criteria for compliance and how to handle cities that aren't addressing their need within the timeline that they've sort of agreed to with the state. So I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And I would just point out that House Bill 2003, it also impacts just most of the cities throughout Oregon. So it impacts basically all Oregon cities with over 10,000 residents, a bit more broad than the large cities mandate for House Bill 2001, but similar in its scope. So I'll explain a little bit more about housing production strategies in the next few slides. Generally speaking, we would have to adopt what they call this HPS about a year after the HNA. So depending on when we adopt that, sometime late 2024, we're assuming. In addition to the sort of every 6-year update, DLCD, or the State Department of Land Conservation and Development, has also asked cities to provide an update at what they call midterm checkpoints once every 3 years. And so that's intended to evaluate the progress and effectiveness of their HPS at that point, and sort of reflect upon what's been successful, what has not been successful, and does anything need to be modified moving forward. So again, this HPS is really a set of specific tools, actions, and policies that the city has agreed, to take to address the housing needs in the HNA. And, there's also a timeline for adoption and implementation for each of those strategies. So again, really thinking in actionable steps of what the city can do. So there's 5 major components within the actual housing production strategy document. I'll just really briefly describe those. First is to sort of put the housing need within context related to social and demographic trends in the area, existing measures and policies related to housing that the city might already be undertaking, barriers to housing that exist within the city, as well as needs for underrepresented populations in the city currently. Engagement is also another huge piece, really trying to ensure that cities conduct the most meaningful engagement possible with both consumers and producers of needed housing, and that's sort of terminology that's used by the state. But when I say consumers of needed housing, that's really a term that has been defined by the state to include certain classes. So I think the specific language is low-income communities, communities of color, people with disabilities, and state protected classes and federal protected classes as well. So really a huge focus on reaching out to those folks with these efforts. The sort of strategies to meet future housing need is a section where you'd outline the strategies we're proposing to meet the need, including the timeline for adoption and implementation, and sort of how much impact you expect them to have in terms of breadth and depth. You're also required to describe how the proposed strategies will achieve equitable outcomes with respect to location and transportation, fair housing, housing choice, homelessness, opportunities for affordable housing, and gentrification and displacement. So that's that 4th component there, the achieving fair and equitable housing outcomes that has to be addressed. And of course, the conclusion would sort of wrap everything up, really looking at all the different sort of opportunities, constraints, or negative externalities that could be associated with what we're recommending. And this will be where we provide sort of a detailed list of the different strategies that we'd recommend as a city to address our need. So in terms of the review of a housing production strategy, the State Department of Land Conservation and Development, or DLCD, would review it based on how well it's really addressing what it's supposed to address. I've touched on a lot of this so far, but they would look at factors including whether it's addressing unmet housing need in the community, whether the community has a large population or proportion of severely rent-burdened households, and whether the policies address that. Again, recent policies that have been adopted and different development that has occurred throughout the city, whether the policies are responding to the needs of the homeless, whether they're increasing access to opportunity, and whether they're eliminating barriers to housing, as well as any other relevant attributes that DLCD deems to be relevant. And so just to kind of help communities get their heads around this effort and provide helpful examples of different strategies that can be explored to produce outcomes that meet housing need. DLCD and a number of other stakeholders throughout the state put together a list, a sort of document that contains a number of different strategies that folks can sort of select from, if you will, if it's a community, for instance, that has limited capacity to do this type of planning. They've kind of gone through and listed out a bunch of strategies that the state has determined could have an impact. And so that is a long list. I've included that as an attachment to the staff report this week. But it could be a number of different types of interventions, including zoning and code changes, sort of ways to reduce regulatory impediments, financial incentives or financial resources, different sort of tax exemption and abatement programs to encourage production of needed housing, strategies that secure land for needed housing, unlock the value of land for housing, and or create partnerships that catalyze housing developments. So looking very similar to what we've talked about earlier today at land acquisition, lease, and partnerships for properties within the city, as well as other options that are more custom to the city here. So there will be a lot of opportunities in the coming years to sort of delve more into these different options. I just really wanted to provide a broad overview of kind of the landscape of what we're talking about. All right, and so I will end with just kind of a proposed work plan and some next steps on how to get to adopting both an updated HNA and a housing production strategy. So this is just an overview of a project schedule. I won't get into all these different sort of deliverables and components here, but the intent is to adopt the housing needs analysis by the end of next year. So looking at hearings in the fall of 2023, and then shortly thereafter, sort of late spring, early summer of 2024, hoping to adopt a housing production strategy. So not waiting too long after the HNA to get going on that HPS, trying to do it as concurrently as possible within the milestones and sort of timeframes required by the state. And again, I won't get into all these individual pieces here, but this is just kind of an idea of what we're thinking about with the draft scope of work. And really I just wanted to focus on some of the outreach pieces that would be involved in sort of the project kickoff and both the housing needs analysis and housing production strategy work. So in order to sort of get to these deliverables, we would propose as one of the sort of next steps here that an ad hoc advisory committee be appointed to help us sort of along with this work and sort of guide the development of this policy. So that's something that we had envisioned taking a similar format in a lot of ways to the Middle Housing Code Advisory Committee for House Bill 2001. But again, we'd probably want more of a focus on the sort of housing consumers as defined by the state. So folks that could experience disproportionate burden or benefit from these policies is kind of where we'd like to focus. The next step for staff would be to ideally issue an RFP in mid-August and then engage in a contract with a consultant and start doing some work in October. So I'm here talking to council and wondering if you have any direction or if you have any thoughts on the proposed work plan.
Great.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the presentation. We appreciate it. Start off with Councilor Mans.
Great, simple presentation. Thank you. I do have a question. Often I find much of this is skewed more toward builders or experienced builders or developers, larger pieces of land, such as they are on built-out Lake Oswego. Or is there any thoughts within the ad hoc group or in education for individuals who might want to develop their own lot and the resources that may be available to them? I'm just thinking most people wouldn't know about commercial lines or building lines of credit, permitting, so on and so forth, which could be a component, as I say, in a built-out community. I doubt it'll be a huge amount of people, but it could be. Has that been taken into account, or is that what's one of the things that might be looked at?
We certainly anticipate that that will be a component of the larger, housing need, and that would be one, way that folks, if they wanted to make improvements to their property, that would be one way for them to, age in place or remain in Lake Oswego and sort of not have to sell their property. But, I think that there are a lot of strategies that, is kind of alluding to this before, but might not have a huge breadth of impact, but could have a really deep impact. So, we'll have to sort of assess the different impacts of the different strategies, but it certainly, seems as though, improvements made by small, residential property owners or folks that aren't used to doing large development would be something really important to keep in mind for these efforts. So, I think a lot of these strategies that we end up recommending will relate strongly to the needs that we identify in the sort of initial phase of work. But I would be surprised if, there were needs similar to what you're describing. So
A little niche market, if you will, within this larger picture.
Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Thanks for the
Thanks,
answer.
Counselor Winland.
I have a few questions. First, to the two of you, what did we get out of the last time that we did this, this housing study? Because yeah, just let me ask the question. I won't even preface it with anything.
Yeah, that's a great question. So, one, we attained compliance with then state requirements for planning,
Okay,
comprehensive
I
plan.
don't consider that
That's not
beneficial to us.
That's not tangible.
Right.
All right, so tangible outcomes, as you may recall over the years, different zoning amendments, zone changes, and code amendments have come before the city council. And anytime those changes relate to housing, we have to reflect on, well, what does the comprehensive plan say? What does our housing needs analysis say? What is the need in the community? So, you know, when the city rezoned or changed the code to allow multifamily housing on the Boone's Ferry Road site, that 2013 housing needs analysis was still valid, and we relied on that to make the findings to support that. So that's policy. Now, what have we seen built? You know, concrete outcomes. Well, below market rate housing, not very much. And so I'm very excited about and optimistic with this generation of work, this planning, although, you know, it's a state mandate, it'll be very useful to our city as we think about in a more systematic way, what are the needs? How, you know, what are the different strategies? What are the best approaches for, you know, producing the housing that our community, we say we need? And then, you know, bringing all the resources to bear so we can actually have like a kind of a strategy around housing rather than just, I think our approach currently is more ad hoc, to be honest with you. I think we're, you know, we see opportunities and we seize them, but it's not as holistic as I think it'll be under this approach.
Okay, because I mean, I look at like Oswego, and I mean, like I read the last plan, and we really didn't, nothing was really targeted. Well, I mean, the outcomes really didn't match what we thought was going to happen.
Yeah, well, we identified of the 2,300 housing units that Eric, Senior Planner Olson described, you know, I think we estimate approximately 800 to 1,000 of those would be in a high density category, and then 40 or 50% of those would have to be targeted toward those earning below the area median income. So, you know, we were able to estimate our housing needs, but, you know, we haven't hit the mark on that. On below market rate. We have hit the mark on market rate housing. So, you know, that housing needs analysis and our forecasts were actually very on the mark, but it just wasn't, substantively, it wasn't delivering the, you know,
Right.
the affordable housing.
So the other part that I mean, Lake Oswego is pretty well built up. I mean, I can totally understand a plan of somebody that's got 500 or 600 acres that's sitting out there waiting to develop. But, I mean, my understanding is that we are pretty close to capacity of what we have. Now, I mean, there could be a couple areas, but I want the value of not checking the box for the state, because I think that's a tremendous use of time that could be spent in other ways. I guess I'm looking at where you as a planning department, us as city leaders trying to set policy, if this is going to be a exercise when we go through, that we can actually have something that we can deal with, work with, that may be productive for Lake Oswego. So that's my one concern. I guess my other question is, what if we don't do this? Do we get in trouble by the state? Is that what do they do to us? I mean, do they slap our wrists, or is it just kind of
in general, the failure to comply with land use regulations of the state means they withhold our state shared revenues.
They hold our what?
State shared revenues. So the cigarette taxes, the gas taxes, and the liquor taxes. So it's a significant issue. I will say Scott's going to talk about another regulatory issue where the remedy is direct application of the state regulation, so it's a different remedy. But in general, if we're out of compliance, we'll also say if we're working faithfully towards compliance, The state's usually pretty collaborative and if we miss a deadline, but we're working diligently towards it, that's usually not a problem. It's if we decide affirmatively to not comply.
Okay. And I'm not saying we do that, but I just wanted to find out I weigh the cost and the benefit analysis of anything as we should as a city. If we're not going to get something out of this and it's cost us, we have to sign a contract with a consulting company that, people are more in favor of pathways than I think they are of more paperwork created by government.
So I think that what Director Siegel said in terms of the housing needs analysis, I think is useful to us. And actually, I think that if you go look at the 2013 analysis, it's actually, we were remarkably on target when it came to the split between single family and more dense development. And actually, the city took a lot of affirmative action in the redevelopment areas to encourage that more dense development. I do think the biggest challenge is going to be when we get to the housing production strategy and having the conversation about having a more proactive approach to housing types other than market, lower subsidized housing types. I think that'll be a more challenging conversation where I agree with you, Councilor Wendland, that I think we need to be thoughtful about, are we just doing a check the box exercise, or is there really going to be muscle behind it, and what does the community get in return?
Right. And then just two more quick questions on if we do come up with ideas, is there any money that's available to implement this, or is it just our ideas and then we fund it ourselves?
That remains to be seen.
Okay.
The honest answer is it didn't come with capital funds for projects.
Right. I know before in 2013 we didn't, but I'm just wondering now that it's House Bill 20, whatever, now it's 2003, whether they had intentions of helping to create, similar to, I think we used some ARPA money, which nobody wants to go through an ARPA event again, but the Metro tax and a few things like that help fund or seed some of these projects. So have you heard of anything?
No, I haven't heard of any capital programs coming down in addition to those that already exist from the state or elsewhere for housing production, which is really one of the things that I know local governments across the state have been saying, well, you're providing all this policy direction and state regulations, which we need to be moving in this direction, but really what we need most is funding to do the work. Right. So I think that they'll continue to hear that from folks like yourselves and
okay.
And others.
Then the last question, I guess it's from the engagement standpoint, is it going to be and I totally understand about the housing needs of lower cost housing and things like that are harder to figure out. But are we going to have a discussion with people that live here and that, there's a huge, I've talked to so many people that are seniors that live in 4,000 square foot houses, and they say, we want to downsize, but there's nowhere to go. And they'd love to buy a 2,000 square foot place that, and so are we going to engage the community at large to find out some of the housing needs so that maybe we can get that in the plan, whether that happens or not, whether we don't have the money to go out and build these, but from that standpoint of view.
Yeah, the requirement is that we reach out to, again, these the consumers of needed housing. So needed housing is not just based on an income scale. It could be, reaching certain demographic groups, whether they be, certain ages, certain age groups, or certain, communities of color, for instance. There's a lot of different populations we could target. And I fully expect, senior citizens to be one of those populations. And that's a lot of the feedback that we got from the previous sort of Middle Housing Code Advisory Committee as well, is that we really need to make sure we focus on accessibility and ways for folks to age in place, but also, the needs of folks that don't have families that might not need a giant home anymore, and make sure that we're sort of right-sizing the housing that we produce in the city to the housing needs of folks that may be no longer in need of a 4,000 square foot home. So, we're hoping to cast a very wide net, but, the focus is supposed to be on folks that really are in need of housing, that aren't having those needs be met currently.
Okay. Because it's the mix that, when the springs opened up, and that's, an economic level that it costs a fair amount to get in there, but that filled up right away. There was a huge need for that, and that displaced, I know, we had 2 people that moved out of our neighborhood and moved in there, and it opened up for 2 new families to join us. And so I'm just trying to think strategy for Lake Oswego on how we figure out movement of our 41,000 people and their sort of stages of life and what they're doing. So anyway, that's fine.
Yeah, and just to address some of your earlier comments, I think a lot of the development of House Bill 2003 was, built on a similar critique of the housing needs analysis, that there was no teeth to them, that, there really wasn't much activity going on, or different cities were responding very differently, I guess is probably the easiest way to say it. So, the fact that there are implementation sort of timelines that are required to be included along with this sort of set of strategies that the city is committing to will be a significant change from what we did before. So it would be more actionable than something that we'd reference for more ad hoc work on a policy basis like the sort of H&A is currently utilized. So.
Yeah. Right. Thank you. And if you do even half as good as you did on 2001, it's going to be a home run. So,
thanks, Councilwoman. Councilor Wen.
I just had just a couple of questions. I know that you answered bits and pieces of it between the 2 of you, but I know we're talking about housing density and market rate, and it seems like, and we're talking about lower income and higher incomes, and so I hope that with this next kind of analysis we do is that we don't just think about, well, if you're low income, you have to live in high density housing. And then if it's going to be market rate, then it's going to be more geared towards single family. So I'm hoping that we kind of create the diversity in types of housing too, because just because you make a lower income doesn't mean that you can only be living in an apartment or in a highly dense area. So I feel like when we talk about that, whatever the results of the analysis is, that hopefully we'll see some more discussion about how do we also create a diversity in types of housing too. I've been in places where I know here in Lake Oswego we don't have large tracts of land to do this, but in other communities there's different types of master plan communities where there's community parks and facilities for the residents of a neighborhood, but not every house is of the same type. Some might be at entry level, starter homes, but then there might be some homes that are slightly larger on some more prime view lots, for example, but they all have access to the same trails and parks and things like that. So that might be something maybe in the future when we were to maybe change some of our zoning and maybe, who knows, expand our the available land we have to build on. But that would be something I'd like to see as part of the analysis too, is that we don't just focus on this, okay, high density means low income and then single family means market rate. And just the other question I had too was, with regards to RFP, I know that it makes sense to issue an RFP for this limited scope of work, but I just want to ask the question, do we have capacity to do it ourselves? And if so, it's just the question to ask. So I see head shaking.
The short answer is, with all respect, Councilor Wen, we do not have the capacity, and there are some specialized skills that we frankly don't have in-house to do it. So it's a combination of both. Yeah, that's why we would go outside.
And just to speak to your first question, I take your suggestion, and I think that's a great one, and I'm sure that we'll be, exploring that a lot more in depth when we have discussions with folks talking about their housing needs. Yeah, I think we certainly won't make an assumption that one type of housing is suitable to one type of demographic, but hopefully we'll be able to uncover a lot more insight through those conversations too.
That's great. Okay, Councilor Verdict.
Thank you, and thank you for all your hard work on this and what's coming forward. I know it's going to be quite a bit, and I think we can definitely leverage this to be a very useful tool. I know I'm very interested to see what the analysis gives us and to see the changes from 2013 and what we've done. I think we need to really look at this as an opportunity to be creative on how we can serve all the members of our community and potential members of our community. How can we work to meet our community goals of being diverse and equitable and inclusive to all groups, including, new people as well as those who are living there, or maybe young people who want to come back. And I think to Councilor Wendland's point, one thing that seems to be missing is some of those smaller 1,800 to 2,500 square foot homes that may not be an apartment or a condo. So it'll be very interesting to, reach out to different members of our community and potential members and see what those needs and wants might be. So I'm just very eager to see how we can leverage this kind of mandate from the state, which can be frustrating at times, but let's try to make it a positive and make it something that's really good, because sometimes you do need to be kind of pushed in order to get action. With that said, I am too concerned about the staff time, the dollars. It seems like we're having a lot coming through from the state level that's putting a lot of stress on our local cities. And Lake Oswego is not alone on that. So I definitely think we need to keep letting the state know that we appreciate the intent. We're not opposed to the intent. These are directions I think we're already moving in, but they do put an extra kind of burden on our cities. And I think that's an important message, that we continue to, put that information back up to the state level. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Burdick. Yeah, I do, think that the HPS really is the missing link in this equation. And it's a little tricky too, because we have, the housing needs analysis is identifying not only the housing types, but, the income levels representative of the area community. And this is such a moving target, as the market changes. So it's difficult to have, we all can do our very best. But I mean, we see now, how the value, has just gone through the roof, and we could have had a housing production strategy 10 years ago, and I guarantee it would not have turned out the way we perhaps would have liked. One question I have is I see they're doing a region-wide housing. So are they pulling the region-wide data from the individual communities' housing needs analysis, or is that a separate analysis?
I think what they're doing right now is not necessarily the analysis, but they're establishing the framework for that sort of more regional analysis. So I think the intent is to use the updated HNA figures of the newer ones that are going to be produced for HB 2003. But it is largely, they're deferring to Metro right now for at least the planning work on that in this region for now.
Okay, well, that's so important. As we look, region-wide, statewide.
It's actually one of my unfinished pieces of business while I was in Metro. There's not actually a process to reconcile the regional forecasts and the local HNAs. And so I apologize sincerely to everyone I didn't get that done.
Well, really, we know statewide, regionally, statewide, and nationally, with this huge housing shortage, and yet we have these housing needs analysis, say, well, here's how many, and yet we scratch our heads and we say, oh, why are we not building? So, these production strategies really are important on all levels, making sure we're meeting the diverse needs of a community that's of different ages and different income levels and housing preferences and abilities, and also just meeting our housing needs, which of course goes hand in hand. We're short on housing, everything becomes less affordable. So a piece of that is this whole buildable lands inventory. So I am curious, we had a annexation hearing here the other, month, and we annexed a piece of property at the school district that the school district owns, but it's never going to be used for housing, but it's zoned residential. So when we do our housing needs analysis, do we look at that piece of property that's never going to have a single house ever built on it and say that's buildable land?
No, that comes out of the inventory if it's owned, by the school district. If it, by the time we get to this, it'll be in the development process, I'm sure. And so and there's a whole discussion around the methodology for this, but it takes I think a realistic look at what is appropriately zoned, what is either vacant or redevelopable based on some metrics for, improvement value over land value and other sort of locational criteria. And it cranks out, these numbers on, in our case, probably, not thousands of acres, but, an acre here and 2 acres there, half an acre there, and properties that could be redeveloped. We've absorbed and are absorbing, over 1,200 multifamily units just in the last 9 years in a combination of assisted living, multifamily, on bare ground, like the Springs, that was vacant, or Mercado, which was a redevelopment of a medical office complex. And so we absorb quite a bit of housing in ways that are different than a Hillsborough or an area with a lot of greenfield. And so the buildable lands inventory looks at that a very fine grain. And then, at the end of that process, it tells us what our holding capacity is. And then, we look at that against the regional allocation or the forecasts that we're expected to plan for. And, if we can make that fit as we did in 2013, we didn't have to rezone any neighborhoods. That was the policy direction at the time, was to infill and redevelop within the existing centers and corridors and in the town centers. So that's the exercise that we'll go through again. And we'll have another overlay onto that, which we'll be talking about here shortly, that is the state's climate and equity action related rules that really prioritize that sort of infill. We've been doing this for years. Other communities have been spreading out, but I think we've got a good approach, and now we have a lot more people here, too. So there's less land, and we're going to have to reconcile that.
Well, that's a good point too, is even we think about like the Lake Grove Village Center plan and the work we've done out there. The long-term vision for Lake Grove is not a road of, single-story buildings from the 40s. Eventually that's envisioned as a mixed use. And now for the first time, really, we're seeing with Mercado housing on Boone's Ferry with the Fitkin development, putting in, then even there's a multi-family housing development on Oak Ridge. Planned, or I don't know what stage it's at. So it's those little, it seems like there's no room, but they find the pockets. And in the little, the redevelopment. So it is interesting how we think about the opportunities that we do have throughout the community, just through the zoning we already have, to create different housing types.
I just, is there a possibility like to widen the UGB, or is it part of, no?
Well, this is.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
This is coming up now. Through, as you know, Tigard has submitted for expansion, and because of the way though they calculate. So, despite the fact that we are in a housing crisis regionally, statewide, and nationally,
I'm calling out that question.
It's a good question, because even though we clearly do not have enough housing to meet the needs, there is because of the buildable lands inventory, they determined that you can't just bring more land in, they have to move land out to bring the land in. And so it does seem a little that's not obviously our decision here, but it's perplexing. It is perplexing given the but at the same time, that's what we're, I think, trying to address these different needs, is how we work with the land we have to preserve the environment, outside the UGB, which is, something that's important, I think, for our neighbors to understand too, is why we have densification, is why we have development here, because we're protecting, what's outside. If we don't do that, then it may not impact what's across the street from you, but it's going to be impacting something that you don't see, out in farmland and other areas that are significant to the our region-wide ecosystem.
Yeah, and Mayor and Councilor Mboop, on a very practical level, that's a very good question, because in many other communities, the housing needs analysis and the buildable lands study is really directed at that question of urban expansion and growth boundary changes. And that hasn't been, that's not the community vision, and it hasn't been the policy direction here for a very long time.
Well, I do think the ad hoc advisory committee is a great idea. This is an important community conversation, and I think that gives us an opportunity to engage a broad group of neighbors in doing this important work. So another question: is there, how do we think about the unincorporated areas in regards to the HNA and the?
I mean, I don't know if you've done the housing needs analysis before, I guess, in terms of the specifics of how it's mentioned.
It's a good question. So we look at the urban services boundary. So we look at all of the lands within the unincorporated area of our UGB, urban services boundary, and within the city. So it's all considered to be available, potentially for accommodating the housing need. Although we know that areas of that urban services boundary are very long-term, and so it may not be that housing need is met in the city, but it's met, in the county incrementally.
Fairly long implementation timeline for producing housing in those areas, I would imagine.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's a part.
It's a part. It's not. There isn't any obligation or direction, though, that for the city to accelerate annexation or to bring those areas in. That isn't. We're not expecting that would be an outcome of this work. There's separate, although we plan for the area as if it will someday come into the city.
Right. So, okay, so it's not really a part of the HPS. Yeah, because we haven't had to do, we've done the HNA before, but not the.
Yeah, we haven't done the HPS. It may be that the HPS makes it more conducive to annexation, and maybe the property owners choose, well, with these housing strategies, there's some incentive or there's some benefit to annexing and developing the property. We don't know yet until we really get into this study to see how it falls on unincorporated areas.
Right, so along those lines, so unincorporated areas are not going through this exercise.
Well, counties, yes. So the counties in the urban area have to produce their own housing needs analyses, and so they plan for the urban unincorporated area. And Clackamas County has some of this. Washington County has much more of that land that is not planned to be annexed into a city. It's planned and developed within the county. So their respective counties have to plan for those areas. Like North Clackamas County, I think there's an unincorporated area that is not part of Milwaukee or Oregon City or any of the other cities. So county would plan for those areas.
So the way Lake Oswego is, our urban services boundary obviously is kind of almost just a slightly larger square, or it's more square than, and we've got little pockets everywhere. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it would be better to plan with that in mind, wouldn't it?
Yes, and we will.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's included in the analysis, but we just can't assume that we'll get a ton of housing within those areas necessarily. We'd have a lower sort of assumption of what could be produced there.
Right.
Okay. Councilor Mans.
Thank you. So in order for anything to happen to our own, I consider unincorporated kind of our own urban growth boundary, if you will, for anything to happen, we would have to deal with that legislatively from the dais. That would have to be a council decision to work through that or not. Well, if we were to do a blanket annexation. I'm sorry, I didn't use the word blanket.
I think it
I know
would.
that's I'm not saying I'm for, against.
I think we need to come to you and talk to you about annexation strategies, because state law has, there's so many different ways double majority, triple majority, voter approved, we'd have to work through with you sort of almost a flow chart of yes, no decisions to figure out if you wanted to annex property. Other than your current policy is that we annex willing participants. If you wanted to go annex the unwilling, then I think we'd have to work through for you the various courses that state law takes you, because it really depends on what kind of property it is, what test you have to make.
I understand this comes up every 5 to 7 years in this community.
And I certainly understand when you see some of the islands that we have and some of the oddities of our city limits, the questions are obvious about why you might think about annexation. But I think the answer to your question is it depends.
Indeed.
And you could imagine.
Okay, well, you better heal that toe first.
Good luck.
Well, I can appreciate the cost, that goes into this, but I do think we'll have get a good community benefit from it in terms of meeting our council goal of planning for growth and change, and making sure we're meeting the needs of all members of the community. So, I mean, it's important work, and well worth what we're going to have to put into it, both in time and money. So does everyone?
There's no motion, but we just support your proposal.
If you support the direction that we're going, that's all we need to know.
Ad hoc committee. Yeah.
Okay. And then I would just remind folks, of course, just thinking back on the HNA that we produced previously, when we look at housing capacity, of course, we just passed text amendments that allow middle housing throughout the city. This will change things, as will the amount of housing that has been constructed over the last decade plus. So it's always good just to keep that as up to date as possible, but also to think of different ways that middle housing could help us meet our needs that we might not have been able to promote previously.
Exactly. Yeah. That's great. Okay.
Well done.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
Let's take a 5-minute recess. Okay, we are back in session. Now, our next study session is the State of the Oregon Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities rules. And so we have Director Siegel here to walk us through this.
Thank you, Mayor Buck and members of the City Council. This is coming to you from the state again. So the the governor issued an executive order in 2000 that initiated a whole series of policy work and actually rule promulgation at the state level with the goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and meeting the state's goal for that over time. And this is somewhat different than previous planning mandates or planning directives that we've seen, in that it comes from an executive order. Other bodies of work that we've been working diligently on are really from legislation. So it's different in that regard, although really the mandate is now coming from state rules. So when we talked about House Bill 2001 and 2003, those were state rules that the Land Conservation and Development Commission promulgated, and then local governments were working to comply with. So this is somewhat similar in terms of how it's structured. Really, the reason that we're looking at this is that the Executive Order 20-04, it set in motion a number of things. It requires state agencies to coordinate and to review their own operations and policies, to look at how the state could operate in a more sustainable way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So like vehicle fleets, the state's looking at that, converting to electric. The state's looking at, well, just a whole number of things. There were directives to the Department of Energy to look at clean fuels, and the Building Codes Division to update building codes around appliances and energy efficiency. So I'm giving you just I'm not even giving you really a thumbnail sketch of what is happening outside of our domain, but a large component of this executive order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions is implemented through state rules that apply directly to local governments. And so the portion that relates to our city are outlined up here on the screen. The mandates that we are obligated to address have to do with EV charging infrastructure, and that's administered through our building code and building permits. Parking policies and code, which I'm going to be spending most of my time discussing that, because I think it has really the greatest impact on our code and our city. The third is housing. Again, with housing, we'll talk about that specifically in what the state has designated climate-friendly areas. So when we say climate-friendly areas, we're talking about the two town centers in Lake Oswego, the downtown and foothills. So when I say downtown, I'm including foothills, and the Lake Grove Village Center area. So housing in those two areas, this is applicable to those areas. And then finally, our transportation plan, which will be due or would have been due for an update, and under the state rules, we are required to update our transportation plan. So we'll talk about that in a moment, but I wanted to just give you some background on what is this and what is the goal. So of course, the goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and the target is by 20% statewide and by 2035, and by 50% by the year 2050. And I'll come back to this in a moment, but this chart is somewhat outdated, 2017, but it gives you a good kind of visual on where greenhouse gas emissions come from. So greenhouse gas emissions contribute to global warming and are part of the climate change problem that we're facing. And 38% of greenhouse gas emissions are due to transportation in one way or another. So it's a fairly significant component of that. Buildings are another, electricity use, and then agriculture and industrial uses contribute to that as well. And so again, back to the kind of the direction and the rules that came down from the State Land Conservation and Development Commission focus on, I think, mostly the transportation sector. Some of it is in energy and buildings, but most of what we're looking at is in transportation and land use planning. The rules are intended to direct development into mixed-use centers and areas with transit, climate-friendly areas they're called, to make walking, cycling, and transit safer and more convenient. So there are requirements that we're looking at that would move us even more in that direction. We've been doing that for quite some time. Access to services and destinations by bringing uses closer together in a more compact mixed-use pattern of development, and to have more equitable and inclusive outcomes. So that's really the high-level goal and why we're looking at this. So I'll start with building code amendments. This is perhaps the most straightforward and direct. The State Building Codes Division has already amended their rules, and they're in the process, and by March 31st, 2023, with all new multifamily building construction, we'll be requiring that at least 40% of the parking spaces in those developments have the infrastructure for EV charging, that they're EV charging capable. And basically there are a few different ways that that's defined, but essentially it means that the electrical capacity is there, or that the space and the conduit are there so that the wiring can be, and the circuitry can be put in place to provide charging for at least 40% of the vehicles that would park there. It's not limiting what types of vehicles would be able to use that facility, but it's providing the capacity. So this is a state requirement. All of the requirements that I'm going to be discussing today are applicable to and within the 8 metropolitan areas across the state. So, from Grants Pass to Albany to Bend to Portland and the other metro areas are all implementing these rules. So the building code amendments are limited to that, at least at this point. There is also the ability for cities to require EV charging capacity or capability in other types of buildings. If the city wanted to go above and beyond this, we could adopt local building code that would require EV charging for commercial developments, not limited to multifamily and mixed use, which is what the minimum requirement is. So are there any questions about that? And I see that our sustainability manager is here too, if you wanted.
Well, I'm just curious if you're able to, because some of these policies seem in line with work that we're already doing. And if you could touch on things that are kind of in line with things that we're already doing, and things that are just a complete departure or that we haven't,
Yeah, I think this is, so for example, Mayor, this first item I think is really in alignment with our climate action plan. And we've been trying to move in this direction, and I think it will help having at least a level playing field for all, at least multifamily and mixed use construction to do this. Now, if the city wanted to go, again, above and beyond, we could look at other types of development to require that, so it's an option that you'll have available. Not looking for any direction necessarily at this point, but wanted to put all this out here so that when we do the work,
Councilor Mans has a quick question. Well, maybe quick.
I'll make it real quick. In the event of power outages, or if we were to go in a direction of including in our building code that they have vehicle chargers in commercial buildings and so on and so forth, would we require then that they would have some sort of redundancy factor? Because these operate on electricity.
Right.
No, Martha's shaking her head, or I'm sorry, city manager shaking her head.
We'd have to talk to the building official about what the building code would require, but I would guess no, that we would not be allowed to require redundant power under the building code. So, as an electric vehicle owner, I'll say this is a risk that you take when you
That's very in the weeds, and I apologize for the interruption, but I just find it fascinating.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions about this one?
Should we wait? I mean, wait
Yeah.
till you.
Okay, yeah, there's quite a bit to cover here, and I'll try to move through it efficiently. Here's the language. Okay, so there you have it on electrical charging capability. The next item is more significant in terms of changing our current policy. Housing and climate-friendly areas. You heard from Planner Olson on the housing needs analysis and the work that we have coming up there. This is really a component of that. So we'll be looking at our housing capacity specifically within the two town centers, and the climate equity rules require that we have the ability to accommodate at least 30% of the housing units within those areas. Now, historically, that has not been a problem. We've been able to do that. In fact, we probably exceeded it on some level, but that's, we'll be looking at that. The other change is that the state rules provide really a minimum maximum if you think about building height. Currently, we have a maximum building height in the downtown of 60 feet, and in the Lake Grove Village Center area, it's 45 feet. And in each of those districts, building height transitions and it steps down as you move closer to the neighborhoods. The state rules, again, trying to direct more housing and development in these more compact and efficient climate-friendly areas, established a minimum maximum of 60 feet for communities with our population. I think communities with 40 to 50,000 population, we have to allow minimum maximum, we have to allow a height of at least 60 feet. So in the downtown, I think we're in compliance. We'll need to verify that. In the Lake Grove Village Center, the other town center area, we'll be required to amend our code to allow an increased height there. So that would allow additional, potential housing capacity, and it's changing. It's a change to that area of our city. And we'll talk about parking here in a moment. So again, the state goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by having people live and work and be able to do all their daily activities within a compact area where driving isn't necessarily something that you do for every trip that you make. So you think about transportation, energy usage, and greenhouse gas emissions. That's the theory, and that's why they're being so aggressive in this way with housing and density. Yeah.
Can you explain what planned housing is?
Yeah, so planned housing meaning that we have the land that's appropriately zoned that can accommodate that housing. The housing that we've identified as needed housing, we have the land that's zoned to accommodate that, and it's, according to our housing needs analysis, it's either vacant or it's redevelopable. And so that, again, the metric around redevelopable, it gets into land valuation and what is like, what could be redeveloped or what's likely to be redeveloped over time. So, okay. And I'm really broad brush. I'm barely even skimming the surface on these topics because there's a lot of work to do, but I'm just trying to get to the most impact. I think the changes that have the greatest impact on us. The transportation system plan was adopted. The most recent plan was adopted in 2016, as you may recall, and we call it the TSP, and that contributes to the city's capital improvement program. So every year, every 2 years, when we review the CIP and the budget, that list of projects, funded or unfunded, contributes to your budgeting. It's also a planning tool that the city uses for really understanding the capacity of our transportation system. So when we're planning and reviewing development applications, or when we're planning for growth and reviewing development applications, we have confidence that the system is planned and improvements have been identified in order to mitigate the impact that growth has. And so when we have a new development of some size, the city engineer requires a traffic study. The traffic study is looking at the system, existing system, the background traffic on the system, and the new traffic that's generated through development through this traffic study, and then it's reviewed against our transportation system plan essentially to see, are we within the sort of the limits of what we had assumed when we developed this plan? If we're changing the zoning, are we increasing potential traffic or trip generation beyond what the plan had assumed and beyond what the system can accommodate? So this transportation plan is, it's a budgeting tool. It's also an engineering tool that helps make sure our system is working efficiently and safely. And when improvements are required, it identifies those improvements. Really, the main change that's happening to our transportation planning generally under the climate and equity rules is that there's a much greater focus on, as you might expect, non-motorized modes of transportation. So in our community, we've really emphasized multimodal transportation, primarily, improving pathways and pedestrian connections. Funding has been, I think, the challenge for that, but we've really paid a lot of attention to that because our transportation network is, for the most part, built out. We're not planning any new thoroughfares. I think since I've been here, we've developed maybe 2 new public streets. One was for a small subdivision in the Waluga neighborhood, and the other was up in Forest Highlands for the Street of Dreams project. They're very short streets. So we do plan for capacity improvements along the roadways, like adding turn lanes, making sure that traffic signals are synchronized and that they're working efficiently. And, City Engineer Rooney could talk a lot about all of this. But for the most part, our transportation plan is not about widening roads or adding capacity for vehicles. It's about making sure that the system operates efficiently and safely and that we're keeping up with growth. But there is more emphasis on pedestrian connectivity and bicycle connections as well. And so that's very much in alignment with what these state rules are looking for. And when we update our transportation plan, I'm not expecting there to be much, and Eric, I think Ms. Rooney agrees that this shouldn't be terribly difficult in terms of policy. We don't think it'll be a major policy shift, but it is a technical exercise and it is a body of work that requires staff time and typically consultants, because although we have a traffic engineer who's very capable and can review plans and projects, we do not have really the in-house capacity or capability to update our transportation plan on our own. So the expectation is that we would contract some of that work out. The deadline for this transportation plan update is, I think, 1 year after or following the update to the regional transportation plan that Metro leads. And so we're sort of tied to that timeline, and they're anticipating, I think, an update in 2023. So this work would be scheduled in 2024, and that's when we would expect to begin that. Are there any, I can keep going, or if there are any kind of burning questions about this one? Okay. Okay, parking is really the key issue here in terms of policy. And the state really put a lot of emphasis on what I would call parking policy or parking reform, and that there are really kind of two different schools of thought about parking that have over time have shifted away from one and toward the other. And historically, parking, sort of planning and engineering around parking was based on kind of national model codes and best practices, if you will, that came out of the suburbanization, really, of the United States post-World War II, expansion of the interstate highway system, development, land use patterns really changed in that there was much greater need for parking or private parking on what I would say off-street parking. And so model codes were developed. Cities and counties across the country implemented these model codes that became like our parking standards, our minimum parking requirements is what we know them as we know them today. And over time, we've fine-tuned our parking code, and we've provided flexibility in areas where it was appropriate. There's sort of there are two different parking codes that we have, or types of codes. We have a minimum set of requirements. It's a table, and you read down through the table, and depending on what kind of business you're opening or what type of land use it is, you read across and we need this many parking spaces per 1,000 square feet of restaurant or retail. You plug it in, you build, you provide the parking, and you're in compliance. The other type of parking code that we have is a parking study, where it's a performance approach, where you know, the matrix, the table, it's not practical, it's not appropriate really for, you know, your business model or the site or the context, and the developer or the tenant, business owner will produce a parking study, and then we adjust our parking requirement to really suit that site-specific requirement. It's really finding the correct amount of parking for the use. And then we have a number of other modifiers or adjustments to the table that take into account whether you're in an area with transit, whether you're in a mixed-use district, and other factors that would reduce the parking load on the site based on the ability to make multiple trips on foot in a fairly small area, or based on the ability to get to work on TriMet or so forth. So this is kind of how our parking codes and standards exist today. So it's a hybrid, and it's something that we really struggle with. It's not, you know, one size does not fit all, and the parking study, the performance option that I was describing, it's time consuming, and it's, you know, it's thousands of dollars to apply for that development permit to go through that process, and it's staff time, and it doesn't work. It's really not, it doesn't work for everyone. It's very, you know, it's appropriate and it's useful in some circumstances, but it's not always really a good fit. So these state rules, when they were being developed, and we were monitoring this very closely, and the state LCD or DLCD had reached out to local jurisdictions, and we were trying to help shape their policy. Ultimately, they ended up adopting, I think, what they felt they knew best, and they put it in place. But I think I understand the intent behind it. It's trying to move away from this more conventional model that I was describing, even the hybrid model that we have, toward a model that's more market-based, where the market really, in theory, understands what the correct amount of parking ought to be for a particular use. And we know that their lending practices and their, just corporate practices that prescribe how much parking will go into a new commercial center or a new multifamily complex. And I think the state, when they promulgated the rules, they were really trying to shift toward, let's allow the market to work and to set the correct amount of parking. Well, depending on what part of the city we're looking at, that could be very effective and really maybe not have externalities or impacts on surrounding properties or neighborhoods. But in other areas, and what I'm thinking of is in areas where public parking, whether it's on street or in public parking facilities where it's plentiful, like right in our downtown, less impact on the surrounding area if a builder or developer chooses to provide less parking than perhaps what would be generated. Other parts of the community where we don't have public parking or on-street parking, I think I'm just putting my developer hat on from when I used to work for builders. You're going to look at, we'll have our tenants tell their employees to park off in the neighborhood, or customers won't mind walking 2 or 3 blocks to get to our storefront, and they'll park in the neighborhood. Or so that's the externality that we're thinking about when we look at this. And so I'm kind of jumping ahead, but I wanted to give you that kind of theoretical background on like where this is coming from, what the thought process was, how it fits or doesn't fit with our current model, before I dive in here, because there's a lot of content in it. And I think probably the easiest way to kind of wade through this is to think about, there are 3 buckets of parking reform that we're being asked to look to do. One bucket has to be accomplished. It's over here on the left-hand side. One bucket, Phase A, has to be completed by the end of the year, or the requirements of reduced mandates, we'll call them, are applied directly to the city, or the city has to apply the state rule directly when we're considering development applications. So I'm just kind of going through this on a timeline. Phase A has to be implemented by the end of the year, or it is implemented by default. Phase B, and so Phase A is reduced mandates, and we'll discuss that in a moment. Phase B, we have until actually June 30th, 2023 to comply. And Phase B is what the state refers to as parking regulation improvement. So this is not really affecting the number of parking spaces that are required, but it's directing changes in other areas of parking and redevelopment. And both phases A and B are mandatory. There's no alternative track. And, my kind of approach on those two is that we need to start working on those and moving those toward the Planning Commission so that we can meet those deadlines. And then the third component really has three different options. And so if you're looking at this flow chart, option one is that we would repeal all minimum parking requirements in the city. That doesn't mean that parking would just go away, but it means that we wouldn't be telling applicants for development or changes of use that you need to provide parking. It would be market-based. So that's option one. And if you were to choose that, then we would just merge that piece of work. It would not be obviously a labor-intensive process. It would be moved along with Phase A and Phase B. The other two options, fair parking approach and further reduction in parking mandates, are more complicated, and some of those are code changes, but some of those are also like programs that we do not currently have around parking management or parking pricing, and some of those changes they're untested. And to be honest with you, they're not policies that we have any experience with. So, Mayor, I can go right to the sort of those difficult ones if you want, or we can go back and kind of cover all just the Phase A reduced mandates. We cannot require more than one space per unit for residential developments with more than one unit in them.
Is that what we require right now?
We're currently in compliance with this for duplexes. So we require one parking space per dwelling unit. And we are also in compliance for triplex, quadplex, cottage cluster, and townhome, because those are all the middle housing types that we brought our code into compliance with HB 2001, which limited our parking requirement to not more than one space. So we're good there. We would have to reduce the parking requirement for multifamily housing from what it is currently at 1.25 to 1.5 spaces, depending on the number, if you have like 2 bedrooms or 3 or more bedrooms. And so that would be a reduction, a modest reduction to parking in those areas. So that one feels to me like, it's doable. We would have to do it by the end of the year. Otherwise, it's applied directly. The next item under Phase A is that there would be no parking required, on-site parking required for small units, which are defined as housing units that are 750 square feet or smaller, or affordable units. Presumably, the way that we define affordable units, that would be no minimum parking requirement there. So,
so what was the 750 square feet for?
750 square foot housing units. So like
oh, I see. So within a multifamily?
Within multifamily or accessory dwelling unit, we don't require parking for accessory dwelling. So really for any housing unit that is that size or smaller, there would be no minimum parking requirement.
So it would be one minus per unit minus the units that are.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So the units that are larger than that we would still be limited to one.
And the builder, the developer, they could
provide parking if they
whatever they want.
Chose, yeah. Yeah, Councilor Booth. So there is and under this first phase that is effective December 30th or beginning of the year, there's a elimination of parking mandates for really all uses that are within a half mile of what are called frequent transit routes. And so, I don't know about you, but when I think of frequent transit, I'm thinking it's light rail, or it's a bus that runs every 15 minutes. But the state rules say that frequent transit is a bus line that is scheduled hourly or better. And so these are our two bus lines that have that scheduling. It's line 35 that runs up and down State Street and comes into the downtown and up into Portland, and line 78 that runs east-west along A Avenue Country Club up Kerr Parkway through Mountain Park to Portland Community College. And so those are really the only two corridors where all uses, not just residential, but commercial, schools, public, institutional, would have no parking requirement at all as of, the end of this year.
For any
For
use.
any use.
Does it require the transit agency to continue providing the service at the same?
I think that that's the standard for those corridors that have the service.
Well, but I mean, trying to
1 hour
make
per-
love reducing our service.
Right.
Yeah.
Understood. And this is all very new. I mean, the rules were adopted in May 31st, and we still have a lot of questions about what the rules mean, and we have a lot of work to do with the state to really understand how they're interpreting this. Does it include planned bus routes that are, planned at 15 minutes or an hour or better?
So that's still part of Phase A.
Yeah, so Phase A is what I'm showing here. Reduce mandates for multifamily. So again, not more than one space per unit, for those units that are more than 750 square feet in size. And then no mandate at all for housing units that are less than 750 square feet, or affordable units, childcare use, or facilities for people with disabilities and shelters.
So you could develop something with a bunch of 750 square foot housing units, have no parking, and you get out of the electrical charging station.
That's correct.
Okay.
So I have a question about
This is like,
the half mile from bus lines 35 and 78. Was there not a bus that ran down up McVeigh to South Shore, or was that canceled?
It's still in existence. It's less than an hourly scheduled.
So only hourly.
Yeah, and there is another line, 38 and 37, that run up and down parts of Boone's Ferry and out, and those are less frequent too.
Sorry, I missed that. Thank you.
That's all right. I didn't mention that. So these are very significant changes. I don't have to tell you that, the state has decided that these are strategies for reducing greenhouse gas emission. And, throughout the process, practitioners and, elected officials, including our mayor and mayors from throughout the state, were weighing in and saying, hey, look, we think that there's some technical issues here. We think there's some, not to mention kind of the timing of it and the need for vetting and making sure that, what's being put forward would actually have the intended outcome of, improving climate and equity. So, yeah, we've been dealt a hand, and we're doing the best that we can with this. Phase B gives us a little bit more time. So again, this is due by June 30th, 2023. And parking regulation improvement, this does not affect the number of spaces, but it's telling us that we should have these policies or codes in place. Preferential parking for carpool and vanpool spaces means, like, for example, in our lower parking lot here at City Hall, we have carpool designated spaces, so you park closer to the building entrance, and it's a convenience that's afforded, to those, employees or visitors to the place of business, or in our case, City Hall. Preferential place, the policy change would be that we would actually require that that you have that you have these spaces designated and in a location that's more convenient, along with the ADA spaces. So you get preference to that. We would also need to, explicitly allow redevelopment of any portion of a parking lot for bike or transit use. So if we had a request to provide, covered bike parking, for example, in a portion of a parking lot that was currently, the spaces were currently for vehicles, my understanding of this is that we would be, obligated to allow that to happen and not penalize the property owner for, losing those parking spaces. It would be a trade-off, essentially, that encouraging that alternative mode of transportation. And redevelopment of underutilized parking for other uses, we still need to understand more about what that means, encourage redevelopment, and what does it mean to have an underutilized parking area. My thought process on it, the way I would pose that question to the state might be, well, underutilized, certainly you mean parking lots that are overbuilt, where there's more parking supply there than even what our code would require or something. Yeah. Where are those? Well, there might be some, but anyway, I think the policy intent here is to, again, facilitate, redevelopment and more efficient use of land that's currently surface parking. You could think of a redevelopment scenario like, for example, the Mercantile property, when it redeveloped with Mercado Grove, that was largely surface parking, and now what we have are, 3 buildings with buildings over a parking structure, and so, parking is still there. In fact, it's on multiple levels where it used to be a surface lot. So I think I understand kind of the theory there, but that's another one that we're going to have to look at. The next item, I put it in italics because we are already doing this. We allow and really encourage shared parking. So where, more than one business is interested in collaborating, and the businesses have different peak hours of use. So you think about, like a theater and, a bank, or, any combination of uses that have peak hours that are different enough, then they can count the same, parking spaces toward meeting their minimum requirements. We already allow that today. So we could show that. And then same thing with parking maximums. Our code already has a maximum in it, and however, it's based on the minimum. So if minimums go away, then we'll have to figure out, how do we do maximums? But currently the maximum is 120% of whatever the minimum is. And that again is intended to conserve, land. And it came about, I think originally Metro, through the Metro Functional Plan, had established minimum requirements that included parking maximums, and we adopted those changes over 20 years ago, I think, to come into compliance. And then the last item here that is required, again, Phase B by the end of, by June 2023, parking lot developments of more than a quarter acre in size must have at least 50% tree canopy or solar panels. And then there's a design standard that driveways, and I think that kind of the concept here is that it's a strip commercial center, and you have a long driveway, and there is already a requirement in state rules and in local codes that these parking lots have pedestrian walkways through them so that you can conveniently get from a sidewalk to a building entrance. So we already have that in place, and I think what they're looking for is an assurance that there'll be tree canopy against, to reduce urban heat island effect, where hardscapes like paved areas that don't have a canopy over them heat up. They contribute to, energy consumption because you're having to cool buildings more frequently or more often. So that's the theory on canopy. And then solar panels, I think the application there is if you have, parking, covered parking, for example, in a lot of multifamily complexes, apartment complexes, you have covered parking. And so this would be allowing solar panels in lieu of, trees in that case over the parking spaces.
Is this just surface parking or structured parking too?
Parking lot, it says, so I interpret that to mean surface parking.
Oh,
Yeah.
so not, like a structured, like we have down at the, Windward, where that would be difficult to.
I'm not reading
canopy
that.
that.
I mean, again, if that's a question we'll need to follow up on, because, currently we do not require landscaping on parking decks or, elevated parking.
It would be artificial trees, I think.
Yeah. Although you can meet some of the landscaping requirement by landscaping those areas, but that's another conversation. This is won't go there yet. So Phase A, December, Phase B, June 2023. Really no options provided by the state, so, we're gonna have to work on that. Then the third bucket that I talked about are these three options. Option 1, this is it. Option 2, fortunately, it all fits on one page, although that's pretty small print. Option 2 is that the city would adopt at least 3 out of 5 of the following strategies or policies, and these are intended to, let's see, kind of get to the language here. There are additional fair parking approach is what this is called. So fair parking, I think, is going to the equity component of the rules and trying to provide more options and really incentives for people who don't have an automobile necessarily, or wouldn't necessarily commute or get from place to place by automobile. So when you look at the options, the first two are kind of complicated, so I'll come back to those, but the C is providing a transit subsidy, it would be for all employers that have 50 or more employees. The reality is that currently in the metro area, all employers with 50 or more employees are subject to the state's commute trip reduction rules, DEQ rules that require that you offer some alternative, and I think it includes a transit pass or a number of other things, carpooling programs, and there's a whole menu of kind of tools, and like the city, our city offers a transit pass for employees as an encouragement to commute by means other than an automobile. So, this would be one of the 5 options we'd have to choose from is that, and I think we would just have to demonstrate that citywide that employers with 50 or more employees are in compliance with this, which I think, it sounds fairly straightforward, but administratively, I'm not sure how we do that as a city. I think it's going to require some staff time ultimately to do that, depending on what the state is expecting of the city in terms of reporting or auditing of that. So, each of these options comes with some cost potentially. Options A and B, unbundling of parking. Essentially what that means is that, okay, so how if you go to lease in a condo or an apartment, oftentimes you can rent housing, and you might have there's a parking area and it's first come, first serve. Essentially, you park wherever you can, and you may not have a parking space if, the lot's full or a number of people have guests and you park on the street. That's bundled parking. So you're paying for your apartment or your condominium, and the parking comes with it whether or not you have a car. And so, that's just sort of status quo. Other parking, you might pay a premium with your apartment, you might pay extra for a covered parking space or a garage space with that unit. That's unbundled. So you pay additional, and it's marketed that way. What these two options say is that residential developments that include 5 or more units would be required to provide parking only in an unbundled format, so that they would be required that, you know, somehow you'd have to verify that they're marketing their units as, you know, this much per month for housing and this much per month for parking space. And, you know, it seems like it's something that would be directed more at the building owners or the property owners and not the city, but it's a mandate to the city that we, if these are 2 of the 3 options that we choose to adopt, that we're going to have a way of, you know, administering that.
That's typically, I think, what these residential developments do anyway.
It is. I mean, although not all of them. I mean, some residential developments, you lease a space and you don't pay extra for parking. And I think those are the ones that they're trying to target here.
You want to pay extra for, they want us to people to pay extra for parking.
They want to see that somehow, unbundling the parking. And I don't know, you know, from a property management perspective, I don't know what that looks like in their pro forma. If currently they're charging someone, you know, $1,800 a month for an apartment, and, you know, you can park wherever you want if it's not a reserved, not a designated space. And this would say, nope, you've got to actually unbundle that.
Right.
So maybe it looks like it's, you know, $1,700 a month, and then you pay $100 a month if you want a parking space. But the equity component here is that, you know, I don't own a car. I've never owned a car. You know, I take paratransit. I get around in other ways. Why should I have to pay? Why should I have to subsidize the parking spaces for everyone else in this housing complex? That's the philosophy.
And the enforcement here, it falls on the city, supposed to, individuals.
Well, I think the requirement is that we adopt codes and, you know, standards that require this. Now, we don't know yet, you know, what the reporting or enforcement mechanism is.
Right.
So I don't have all the answers.
Okay.
But we'll find out.
You think we could just make a decision on the 2022 thing? It just sounds like there's so many unanswered questions, or a lot of definitive details that you're going to have to find out. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
First and foremost, I think I would almost suggest that we stall on this until December 1st on doing anything, because this is an executive order and the governor is going to be replaced, and we won't know necessarily who's going to be in office. And if it's anything like the federal government, executive orders could be reversed. And I guess I look at the amount of time that Director Siegel is involved in other more important subjects that we're already, I mean, in many ways, we're already doing a lot of this in our plan, and you've been doing a good job of guiding us. I mean, we have many of the issues that we're talking about already in motion that are going to serve Lake Oswego in the best possible ways. So, I mean, I don't know, is there any way for us to tell December to say,
if I may, so really, we're looking for any input, like what do you want more information on? I mean, that's really the first level. It's like, we know that we need more information on a number of things, and I've mentioned some of them. Like if there are issues or questions in here that you really want to know more about, like, as one of the options is that, you know, we could say that we're already, you know, we could unbundle parking, and, you know, we think we already have item C covered. But if we're considering like that versus, you know, taxing parking lots. I mean, taxing parking lots to me sounds like we don't even have commercial parking lots, and it's a huge endeavor and, you know, an imposition on property. So like what I'm trying to kind of guide you towards here is that unless you were inclined to repeal parking mandates citywide, you know, and you already sort of made up your mind that that's the vision that we have here, then if that, if that were not the case, then I would kind of guide you toward, like, we think that option 2 is the most viable path here, but we have a lot of questions about it. And we're not asking you to choose option 2 or option 3 or really land on that, but we would come back with, more information on that. But I was kind of looking for a reading on, like, unless you were thinking of, just repealing parking requirements, then we would be done. We get in and out of this, we'd spend very little staff time on it, and you wouldn't have to think about it again, other than we would be getting, every development would affect.
But just to clarify, so the options here, 3 of these 5.
Right.
We'd have to select from option 2. This is then in addition to repealing the parking minimums along the 2 bus.
That's
That
right.
goes away, and then the changes in the multifamily.
Yes, and then there's one final component to all of this, regardless of which path you choose, and it has to do with the 2 town centers. So the 2 bus routes that I was describing and the repealing the minimum parking within a half mile of those corridors, the same principle would apply to the 2 town centers. So, like, if you remember looking at this map, well, Lake Grove is not included, it's not shown, it's omitted from that first phase. But then when we get to the second, or the third bucket, then they're directing the changes to our 2 town centers. And if we went with option 2, the minimum parking requirements would be removed for all properties within the town centers and within a quarter mile. So if you think about a quarter mile, it's about 1,200, 1,300 feet. So in the downtown, that's, it's either like 4 blocks in one direction on the short 4 blocks up the numbered streets, or it's about 3.5 blocks up the lettered streets. And so that's the extent of the change there within a quarter mile of each of those areas. Or if we go with option 3, then it expands to a half mile. It just becomes even broader. So anyway.
But if we repeal the option 1, that's citywide.
That's citywide, every use. It's just minimum parking requirements are no longer a thing.
Okay. Councilor Mans.
A little late in the afternoon for this one, but thank you. Thank you very much. That was complicated and well presented, so I appreciate that. Just looking at this superficially, obviously, I would say at this moment, option 2 sounds, and I don't even want to use the word reasonable, maybe the most doable at this point in time. I have so many questions that remain unanswered, some of which are probably very silly questions, others of which are serious. And I don't want to take time up now I would rather email you and just give you my thoughts on which option I think worked best. But regardless of what we're trying to achieve here, we're going to end up like Los Angeles, where there's going to be little parking valet things and little we don't have that many strip malls, but people setting up little valets to park your car so you don't have to walk 4 blocks. This is the vision in my head. I'm not saying that would happen, but if you eliminate parking, people are still going to want parking. But I say, for simplicity's sake, option 2.
Yeah, and I should mention option 3, if in the staff report, there are 15 reforms or changes that the city would have to make, and it's further reductions to parking requirements. And the one that really got kind of my attention, I thought, well, that's going to be very difficult for the city to carry out, is a permit program for parking. And so that it sounded like I was trying to channel this group, and like that seems like a no-go, along with taxing commercial, taxing properties. So, in looking at those 3 options on the 3rd tier, it seemed like option 2 might still a lot of questions. We don't know. No, not making. I understand we're not asking to make any commitments to that, but
I'm
really,
just giving
yeah.
my personal direction. I don't know which direction my colleagues will give, but my understanding is that folks want direction from staff.
Well, I think the, so just to clarify, the reduced, again, in Phase A, reduced mandates is just that multifamily reduction, period. Simple.
It's multifamily reduction, and it's, again, no parking required for the small units, which they say are 750 square feet, or affordable units, childcare.
Okay.
And additionally, within the half mile of those two transit corridors.
This is,
Well, hold on. The issue, I've had with this is we've been working on the regional level a little bit is just the, the one size fits all approach. I mean, really for every community in the whole state. I think the goals are good. We all agree. All the community agree with these goals, but I mean, it's really, these are things we would typically, work on in a community by community approach to take into, I mean, when you look at a quarter, half mile away from, I mean, that's different in every community. I mean, how it looks here in downtown, even just compared to our two town centers, it's a completely different environment. So one big broad brush approach, I wish the state would have, maybe more outlined the goals and allowed the communities to, to work towards those. I mean, again, I think we are working towards a lot of these goals in other ways, and other parts of this program seem easier to implement or already in line with things that we're doing. But the parking approach seems like the hairiest one, for sure. So Councilwoman.
Well, I just want to ask a couple questions. One question is, do we have open positions for projects that are approved and funded, but we can't do because we can't find people? Is that a yes? Yeah. We have a lot on our plate, and I see this as being work that is, like the mayor said, some of it's in process already. I would rather spend our staff time doing the things that will move us forward to get our agenda done, because I don't see one throughout this whole, and for those who are joining us on TV, it's a 161-page report that Director Siegel prepared with so much information in here. There was also 2 letters that I wanted to find out about, one that was eloquently written by Director Siegel and one that was signed by our mayor, along with, 45 other cities that kind of question the wisdom of timelines and clarity and process. And I don't know if they've gotten back to you yet or not, but I have to say, you wrote a perfect letter to say, hey, what are you doing, in a very diplomatic way that was quite succinct to say, we don't have the capacity, we don't have the direction, and we're not quite sure what the end goal is here. And so did they answer your questions?
The questions were really from practitioners and elected officials across the state, and for our purposes, our voice was elevated through the League of Oregon Cities that brought the same concerns to bear, and Metro convened all the local jurisdictions in our area, and we were all advocating and trying to help inform the process so that it would have a realistic outcome. And I think we were answered, or some of what folks were contributing was acknowledged, and some changes, I mean, I think we have to give credit where credit's due. Some of the early concepts around the transportation planning and the climate-friendly areas that I was describing were, again, one size fits all, and wouldn't have been a very good outcome for Portland metro area communities. So we were effective in advocating for an approach on those 2 areas that would be a metro-centric approach. So like we've already designated our town centers. There's no need for us to go back and do that over again or to do it differently. They heard that and they made changes to reflect that. Same thing with transportation planning. You know, the metro plan is scheduled to be updated next year. And rather than having cities at one point, I think, were required to update our plans, you know, it would have been before Metro had finished their process, which would have been completely backwards. So I think that, you know, I think to get back to your kind of initial kind of thought on this, Councilor Wendland, you know, with the Phase A work, I mean, we could just like, you know, we could do nothing, and then those minimum requirements would be applied when we have a development application for parking. We would say, oh, you know, housing units less than 750 square feet. We would apply the rule directly if it's still in existence. We wouldn't go through the workload of doing that. I mean, that's one approach, and I'd look to, you know, the city manager again on that. On the second phase, I think that's more difficult because I'm not sure what the default of doing nothing looks like, because that one we have to choose. Remember, three out of 4 or 3 out of 5 of the tools, and then if like we choose nothing, then what does the state require of us, or what, you know, what's the default? So that one has the June 2023. We have more time on that. So if we were to wait until, you know, the fall, kind of see if there's any change in direction. I just wouldn't want to wait too long because there's a lot of work that we would have to do in order to comply with that.
Right, but I think in the bigger picture, if we, as you said, if Metro is not even, I mean, I think we have to go after Metro once they set there. I mean, things are going to change through that whole process, and we're,
Yeah,
well,
not
for
for
parking,
parking.
but the whole thing. I guess the other question is, okay, so you do all this stuff. Are there any metrics attached to this? I didn't see any, 0 metrics to say what you're achieving. 0.
Yeah, that's something that we did ask DLCD to try to provide, and not only provide a metric at the end of this, so we know that we're attaining greenhouse gas emission, but to test some of the policies, or to provide evidence, that the policies have been applied and have had that outcome elsewhere. No, to answer your question, there's no metric at the end of this other than have you attained compliance with the rules? And
right, but I mean, I don't know. I always look at things of doing something for a reason and having a specific outcome. And I know that in general, philosophically, we're all on the same page, reduce gas emissions. I get all that. But I really have a problem spending a lot of time with our limited resources to work on something that there's no specific outcome. It's just kind of like, these are feel-good philosophical ideas without any metrics that we can measure against. And I think, it may be better used to spend the time, instead of on a consultant, to buy electric bikes for everybody along the corridors. And you know what? We would probably reduce a lot. I guess the other part is, what about the local transportation issues that we may have as a city? Like we've had it suggested many times over the past couple decades, to have a bus that goes around on our major arterials that I think Tualatin has one, different bus, Wilsonville, to have a Lake Oswego bus to get transportation for everybody to do some things. We're all paying these TriMet taxes and nobody's going to Portland. So we're changing we're moving the cheese as far as transportation, where fewer people are commuting, more people are at home. They're going to be used the goods and services of a local area, which I think is all very positive. But we need I think we need a form, or it can be a TriMet bus that goes around in a circle in Lake Oswego to provide more inter-Lake Oswego transportation. And you would, to me, then you could say, okay, I'm removing 500 daily trips a day or something, and you can measure it.
And that would be part of the scope for a transportation plan, if that were something that, City Council wanted to look at enhancing transit. And, other communities have developed their own transit systems in our area, Wilsonville and Sandy. So I think that's a planning level, and unfortunately, we're entering into this discussion at the implementation level without that context. I think that's the...
Right.
Yeah.
And I guess that's my point, is I'm trying to look at why, are we doing this again to check the box? The previous one, I think you did a good job, and Eric did a great job from the standpoint of saying why we really want to do this and what will have some outcomes. You gave a great reason that I can support that. But in this case, I just don't see a whole lot of benefit other than to check the box.
Well, in my own defense, though, I will say, and I started out by just describing the difficulties that we have with our antiquated parking code and how the conventional model is not conducive to getting the kind of urban design and livability that we want. So I see a lot of value actually in some of the parking reforms that are suggested here. And we could do those, of our own accord if we wanted to. But the whole package is problematic in some ways.
Would, yeah, because we do have, we have seen the examples of areas where, especially where there's multiple businesses and another business wants to go in and we won't let them go in because we say, well, you don't have, the parking, and development's like, it's fine. We're like, well, and in other urban areas, other cities, in the difference here, this is in just the, commercial area, they have done away with parking minimums, and it's been rather successful. They see good economic development. It's not, people obviously, they don't put in no parking, they put in parking, but they write them out.
What they need.
Exactly. They put in what they need, but that's in commercial areas, and this would be in both commercial and residential areas, which I don't know if anyone has done away with parking minimums and outside of commercial areas anywhere, and not that I've read about. And we do know too that, the policies are like kind of moving in the right direction because, in general, parking policies throughout the US have resulted in over parking all of the communities. That's a fact. But this is kind of really going far the other direction. So thinking it through, I imagine the kind of trouble, right, we would get into if we sit on our hands is that someone would come in for development and we'd say, well, here's our parking minimums. And they would say, well, no, these are the rules that you were supposed to implement. And we'd end up in court, right, over trying to require parking that they would say is not. Is that not how
we would apply and we've done this in other areas too. We would apply the rule or the statute directly. There's some provisions in state law for land use planning and permitting that are used so infrequently that we just apply the statute directly rather than amending our code and it's subject to change. And this would be one of those areas. And I'm just referring to the first phase there. The second one, I think we need clarity and direction in terms of, are we going to do this or are we going to wait for some, potential change? Because I'm not seeing any change out there. I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying, so like even in the commercial area, so how would that play out? If someone comes in for commercial development, let's forget the residential, just commercial, and we apply our current standards and they say, well, we're not required to provide that many spaces.
So Scott, I'm just speculating here. Don't you think that what the state would say is that you apply that there's no minimum parking standards? Right. They would go to the, whatever
most
that.
extreme.
Yeah,
Option A.
the simplest option, the option one, which is the repeal of parking mandates. You all bring up a great point, which is it'd be great if the state articulated the goal related to a higher degree of parking efficiency, encouraging, essentially park once strategies, to borrow a dig once phrase. But that's not what happened here. Is what happened is the rules got so prescriptive that you're going to end up with this, I'm going to say, a crazy quilt of regulations in the community based on sort of geographically how close it is to certain other places.
Right.
And it's going to be very difficult for us to administer and very difficult for the public to understand. I would say I think the biggest consequence here is I think the concern from the community about repealing parking minimums is going to come in one project at a time and it's going to be overwhelming, right? We repeal parking mandates and the folks who are concerned about spillover parking are going to be in this room every single meeting. And so the problem is this doesn't give us a lot of time or flexibility to try to figure out what's the right path forward for our community, right? We get no flexibility out of these rules in a very short time frame. So I think we can talk about what you want to do, but maybe not. I hear one counselor saying, let's wait. Let's wait.
Yeah, but let's be smart about it.
Is it reasonable to wait? That's what we need to know from you. We are not,
well, it's reasonable to wait on phase A because the alternative is to directly apply the mandated regulations, right? So we can do that and still succeed. I would say that by the middle of November, probably we're going to need a read from you on what to do about Phase B, which might meet
That's
sort of
fine.
Councilor
Yeah.
Wendland's objectives of sort of
Makes
knowing.
sense.
Yeah.
That'd be really helpful if that's the direction, yeah.
But I also hear you all saying that if we were to go with Phase B, then option 2 is a better option. And that's my read too, because otherwise we have to create a permit system, and that will have a lot of administrative overhead costs.
Correct.
Very expensive.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I will say also, the first time your mom parks at your house for Thanksgiving and gets a ticket because she doesn't have a pass, it's not a great.
There is no
conversation.
way that will fly. We will all be replaced if that goes through.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe
Okay.
not all at once, but
Yeah,
The time.
Counselor
Right.
Burdick has a question, then Counselor Mance.
First, I just want to say, Director Siegel, thank you for presenting and putting all this together and having to deal with many kind of unhappy counselors at the moment. You're doing a fantastic job. We understand this is you just giving us information. So thank you. And most of what I'm thinking has already been said, but I kind of concur. I think we kind of hold off on phase, I guess it's A, because we can, and let's regroup in November, leaning towards option 2. I think that's probably what makes most sense for our community. I definitely have a huge concern with this like half-mile vicinity.
On a hill.
You know, I just look at, we do have an aging community, and for some of our older members, a half mile is a big deal. And I also look at like this hour, you know, if we have transportation with an hour, well, that's not very convenient for a lot of people who are trying to get around either. So I guess my other question is there any data that this actually helps reduce and meet the goal? I mean, I can see in some cases how it can, and you know, again, I think we're all very supportive of let's meet these goals of 20% reduction by 2035, if not better, and 50%.
Yeah, I think it will be really helpful as we move forward with any of these changes that we have. And there is data, there are studies that have looked at and have, justified removing minimum parking requirements from those areas that the mayor was describing, downtowns and town centers where, it's had a tangible effect on economic development and, obviously cost of development.
But it seems like we've gone almost a little beyond the known, because I agree with that. And I think we need to start pushing our community as a whole to, use our bike, use our feet, all these other options. But again, I feel like some of these are reasonable, to your point, that, okay, they're very, let's do it, makes sense. But then there's others that just seem to go a step too far before maybe we have other things in place, whether that be more pathways, whether we have it in like a LO transit bus going around like some other communities have. So I feel like in some ways, it's like, give us time to implement versus.
Yeah, Councilor Burdick, one of the questions that I have, and staff will be looking into this, is just, what is the experience in cities that have removed parking requirements from, neighborhood centers or their downtowns, and have developers provided parking, or what are the lending requirements for multifamily? Like, it may be that we can remove parking requirements, but we're still going to see parking provided because that's what is necessary to make a project viable. So I feel like I think we need more information on that too. Just what's the market reality around some of this, depending on where, the location too, I think makes a really big difference. Because like most of our community doesn't have public parking. I mean, there's no public parking facilities or on-street parking on a lot of the streets in town. So, if I'm putting in a housing development, there's really no alternative for my tenants. I'm going to need to provide some parking.
Well, I think my other concern is too, just to bleed out into the neighborhoods. And I've seen this in other neighborhoods in other areas of the country, where then that does lead to where you need to have some permitting, because otherwise your residents no longer have enough parking because their house may not have parking, or it might only have one spot. And in order for them to park within a reasonable distance to their house, you need to start having neighborhood permitting. And so almost some of those, I think, option 3 things, you almost have to do in order to kind of maintain livability for your neighborhood. So again, I just think some of these things maybe weren't as well thought through as they could. I think some are reasonable, make sense, and others not, at least not at this time.
Yeah, I think it could be really, even in Lake Grove, part of phase 2 of the Lake Grove Vote Center, project going back now decades has been this thinking, well, we need to have this public parking. And I'm always like, it's this idea that at all times of the day, there should always be ample parking. It's like, well, if that's all we do, then we're never encouraging people to use this infrastructure now that we paid for, like, the safe sidewalks, the connections in neighborhoods. If at any hour of the day, you can always have ample parking. So you want like a little bit of constriction there at times to really encourage. And I think that's, what some of these policies aim to do, is to provide that constriction so people think, well, it actually would be easier if I rode my bike or if I walked. But there's a difference between that and then going too far, and it's different community to community and environment to environment, which I think is what some of this is missing. Councilor Mans.
I simply want to do what's reasonable at this point in time, which sounds like partially what Councilor Wendland has suggested in waiting. I think city manager agreed with that. And truly, because I won't be here actually working on this, I am concerned about neighborhood spillover. I think we will see a lot of folks coming in talking about parking in neighborhoods. There's also the unintended consequence that I keep thinking about of people who are trying to snag that parking space as close as possible to where they're going, rather than going that quarter mile, driving around and around and around, if in fact we're going to have that much additional parking, more than we have now. I think we have sufficient parking now, frankly. I truly do. I think we may even have an overcapacity of parking. I may get kicked out of office sooner than I leave office, but
No,
so
that's true.
I think everyone's points are very valid, and if we can wait and it can be reasonable for our staff to get this done, then
But what are we waiting for? Like, I mean, if no, yeah, but if it's constraints from the legislature, from
no, it was an executive.
no, I know it's an executive order, but how likely is it going to be repealed? If we look at the numbers and
That's the November deadline.
Yeah,
We'll
that's
know
November.
in
deadline.
November.
no, we already know November. It's not going to be repealed. It will continue. This is the same thing. So, I mean, for me, to be honest, these things is going to help fighting climate change. And for that reason, I mean.
Final question.
Yeah,
In doing any of this work, do we take something home? Do we do anything useful if you have to do this work or begin this work in November and then things change in March of next year?
Does the community benefit from this in some way if the
Some
mandates go away?
benefit.
I
Is there
think,
any-
yeah, I believe so. I really do, in terms of looking at parking options and
Okay.
flexibility.
So there
for
is
people.
some tangential
There
little
are
tiny
Yeah, there,
thing out there.
yeah,
Okay.
there are
I'm
parts of
done.
this that
I'm
we wouldn't
sorry.
want to
Councilor,
lose the
please.
baby in the
right.
bathwater.
Now, in regards to the other, do you need direction on some of these other, aside from the parking? I know that's the big issue.
The parking is really the kind of the crux of this, and why I wanted to bring this to you at this point, because we were expected to get to work, or by default, we're going to have
No work.
rules.
Right.
Yeah.
No rules, no work, right?
And I think with, in terms of the housing work you've already heard about, that'll be coming back, and it'll be part of that larger scope where we're looking at housing needs. And the transportation plan update is really a separate, it's a larger separate project that I think the city would want to undertake eventually, at some point anyway. And now we just have this lens of climate and equity, which we're already moving, we've already been moving in this direction with our transportation plan. So I think the next time you hear about that will be when the regional plan is coming together, and Director Rooney will likely, or her staff will be coming before you to talk about the transportation plan update.
Well, and could we move the item 3, climate-friendly areas housing capacity analysis, into the work we're doing with the HPS?
That's what we're intending to do.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be part of the housing needs analysis. Yep.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, I think so. I just didn't put the footnote on there, but good reading my mind.
That's the deadline, so.
Okay, everyone, thank you. Good discussion. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Director Siegel.
Oh, my
Yeah, that
pleasure.
was,
Thank you. It's
yeah.
helpful.
Thank you. That was a difficult topic, many details. We appreciate how you laid that out. That's, okay. Now we get to move into another beefy topic. Our next study session is on our solid waste franchise agreement. We have Amanda Watson, Sustainability Program Manager, who handles this agreement, here to talk to us about this.
Thank you, and good evening, counselors. My name is Amanda Watson. I'm the Sustainability Program Manager for the City of Lake Oswego, and I manage the city's franchise agreement with Republic Services for solid waste collection. I just wanted to start with a brief reminder of why we regulate solid waste collection in the first place, why we have this franchise agreement, and we regulate through a franchise that's granted through ordinance by City Council. Our current franchise consists of an ordinance and administrative rules that kind of detail franchisee, city, and customer responsibilities.
Can you move the mic closer to you?
Oh, yep, thanks, thank you. Is that better?
Oh, yes.
Keep going.
So you can see there's a number of different purposes here for the franchise agreement, environmental, social, and economic. But just wanted to kind of ground us as why are we having this conversation? We currently have an exclusive franchise agreement with Republic Services. They're the only franchised solid waste hauler in our community, so they collect all waste, recycling, organic materials within the city of Lake Oswego. The current franchise agreement was a 10-year agreement approved by City Council in November of 2022, so it's expiring at the end of this year, and that's why I'm before you here today. City Council had directed a midterm performance review in 2018, which is allowed in the current franchise agreement. And at that time, it was a really positive review. It included, a kind of panel of city staff, council member, and a number of community members, and Clackamas County solid waste staff, and was an extensive review of both kind of the services provided as well as customer feedback, and included a public survey. And the survey had an overwhelmingly positive response. 87% of respondents were satisfied or very satisfied with Republic Services curbside service. Similarly, 73% were satisfied with customer service, and felt that generally their needs were met as the services met their needs as customers. And so at that time, based on the positive midterm review, City Council approved a 10-year extension of the agreement with Republic Services. So staff, in response to that direction, started working with Republic Services to update the franchise agreement based on some recommendations that came through the review process. But ultimately, there wasn't agreement between Republic Services and city staff on the recommended updates to that agreement, and so there was no extension at that time. So we still have that original 10-year agreement expiring at the end of this year. But that's just to say that, the city did go through this midterm review process. There was intention at that time to extend the franchise. And so staff has taken that feedback when we're looking at now renewing our franchise with Republic Services. So we're leaning on that midterm review process, the analysis that happened there, and continued, customer feedback that we've gotten since then to recommend and to proceed with a renewal with Republic Services.
Do you happen to know what those sticking points were?
I unfortunately don't have a lot of context. Because we've had staff changes since then, so I just got a general, the city was working on a Republic Service, never agreed to the changes there. So a lot of the recommendations from staff at the time of the midterm review are now reflected in the working draft with Republic Services. So we're going to be able to respond to some of what was intended to be amended back in 2018. With the renewal now. So just a little bit more elaboration on the customer feedback. Like I said, the city received good feedback on Republic Services during the midterm performance review. We also asked a question in the city's 2021 community survey related to solid waste services and information about recycling. And you'll see again, we had 73% of respondents were satisfied or very satisfied with the overall quality of service. So we continue to get that positive feedback there. And that's been the negative pieces of feedback that we do get from residents, and that I've gotten my 8 to 9 months here at the city, generally focus on things like collection times, on customer service, and making sure there's clarity when there's missed collection during inclement weather events, for example, like this winter, and then questions about folks that want to receive, or from people living in multifamily residences that want to receive composting, and all of these things can be addressed in the new franchise agreement. So customer feedback, we're making sure that there's kind of improved customer service standards in the new agreement, and organic collection is available actually citywide, both to multifamily and residential customers, and it's more of a matter of whether or not a building elects to provide that service. Customer feedback. So before I move on here, so right now, Republic Services had provided a working draft for us for a franchise renewal, and that was included in your council packet. That's it's an initial draft for us to respond to and provide recommendations and feedback on. And so in the rest of this presentation, I just want to go through the major updates when we compare the working draft with our current franchise agreement, and get your feedback on some of those major changes that are proposed and other decision points that we'll want to work through. So the first major update here is on the franchise term. Our current franchise agreement is a fixed 10-year term, and it has an option to renew after a midterm review. And Republic Services is proposing to move to a continuing 10-year term that would automatically renew unless there was a cause, to revoke or modify or amend the franchise according to the franchise agreement. Staff is recommending an optional performance review every 5 years, even if we were to go with a continuing 10-year term, just to have that opportunity for council and staff to review the performance and make any updates that might be needed as state and metro regulations change, which does happen and is happening right now, and to make sure that our franchise agreement is consistent with what's happening in other jurisdictions and things like that. And it sounds like Republic Services is open to incorporating a review option, and so we're going to work with them on what the language could look like for that. But this is one update to get your questions and concerns or recommendation on. And I'm happy to go through all of it, or we can talk about each decision point kind of as it comes up, whatever works best for folks.
Well, so what did, just rolling into another 10-year term, I mean, that's a huge benefit for Republic. So what are they giving us in return?
I think we'll see some of that later in the presentation in terms of kind of other adjustments that or updates to the franchise agreement that are benefit to the city. I think for the franchise term, the rolling would reduce, I suppose, an administrative burden on the city to be renegotiating a contract after every 10 years. But really, I think the benefit comes to the hauler of having that predictability, right? Being able to make these long-term investments in their trucks and knowing that they'll have that certainty. So I do think it's a benefit from that perspective.
When you say continuing 10-year term, does that mean at the end of the year they have a 10-year term then on top of that, or is it?
Yeah, 10 years to terminate. Yep. So the city.
Wow.
It's
rolling.
But it just rolls into another 10-year.
But
If you are not happy, then
Yeah.
they will then get to serve you for 10 more years before you could go.
Yeah.
but how about the midterm review? The midterm review, what does that mean?
No way.
Yeah. So
Can we terminate after the midterm review? Like if we,
that's currently not in the franchise, the working draft, but that's something we could propose, right? So my thought was to include an option for council to pursue a midterm review process, at a set time period, say 5 years, halfway through. But I think the question would be, whether or not council would want to add on that with a midterm review comes an option to, reevaluate the contract term or
like what we have now, where we, actually look at it and it's on the table.
What we have now is that after a review, we can terminate.
The review, we can still terminate with cause kind of at any point. The midterm review is really an option to, if we want to renew the way our current term is. So we have 10-year term. At 5 years in, if we have a positive renew, we could choose to, positive midterm review, we could choose to renew it for another 10 years. The termination process is sort of separate from the midterm review in that sense.
But it's like terminate for cause, like any. But I see in the document somewhere where because Metro raised certain stuff that they would like to raise. Last year, I remember they came and I opposed the raise, and I still oppose any raise. And I'm paying, as a business, I pay a lot. And as a resident also, I pay a lot. And I'm not for getting, if we give them 10 years, it means that we are working some stuff in return, like what are you gonna give us? Our residents are paying a lot of things. There's a lot of the bills in Lake Oswego is very expensive. Water people complain a lot about water, like sewage, everything. I mean, if we add this thing, I know it's not the, but yeah,
So what's do we think it's worth even negotiating with them on this proposal or off the table? Like, let's say, for instance, we go and say, hey, if we, do we negotiate this point or do we just say no way?
No way. Well, I mean, I would never give, that's kind of like crowning somebody king or queen for life. And I don't like that.
So if you're looking for, I think you're looking for council direction on this, right? I mean, for me, just speaking personally from what I'm thinking is I like the option to renew. I like the kind of the just the check-in, because I think that, as you had said, some rules and regulations change over time. But also, I'd like to see also too an opportunity for maybe some representation from SAB or whatever the appropriate citizen input on that would be, because I know things that this has come up before when the community has asked for additional recycling service that was provided, for example, by Renewal. And so I think that those are things where if we're not going to allow our citizens to use that here, then we need to make sure that whoever our solid waste provider is that they can respond, and if they can't, if they can't provide that, then we need to kind of be evolving our needs, right? So that's why I feel like we need to have a check-in, but also have some involvement, whether that's SAB or some.
So what's because we had the process where the franchise is like open, and we would actually go. And we did have a community group that came together with representatives of different groups, and they really looked at the whole. And so I see we're not doing that.
I'm hearing you guys say you want to keep it the way it is.
Yes.
Right, a 10-year term with a 5-year midterm with the
review.
option to renew at that midterm. I guess I'm just hearing no.
Yeah.
But not, but, yeah, with the midterm review, but not the rolling 10-year.
Correct.
Or not a 10-year cancellation policy either.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm
at the end of 10
hearing you
years-
like it the way it is.
Yes,
Yes.
but at the end of 10 years, then do we set up a community, a group and have, because we have done that before.
Well, we did that at the midterm, and I would suggest that you
Okay.
do it at the midterm again.
Right.
And then if for some reason you don't add the 10 years on, then we can have a conversation about what to do next. Because your option then is
It'll take us 5 years
to figure out
it
what to do next.
Right.
Right, things are just changing so quickly, even in just
So
this past.
we're at the beginning of a new term right now, right?
We're coming into, yeah.
We're coming, okay.
Yeah.
So now's the chance to see if we can get any sort of citizen involvement or any input. Now's the time. No?
Well, not citizen involvement.
I don't think we have time.
No.
Because you can't be without a hauler. And so I think we did the citizen involvement in 2018. We'll use that, incorporate that feedback from 2018 into this renewal. And as I say, I think when you do the next midterm, which would be in like 2027 or 2028, you would form a citizen panel. That would give you the time.
Well, I think 2018 is closer, it's recent enough, right?
Yeah, that was the idea. And, we have a lot of data collecting just from, day-to-day interactions with
It doesn't
customers.
really
too,
change
that are
that much,
informing
right?
It doesn't, it doesn't change a whole lot. Yes. So the second, and this goes to your question, Counselor, or your point, the second major update proposed in the working agreement is around how rate adjustments work. And so, as you know, City Council establishes rates for solid waste services to ensure that our rates are just, reasonable, and adequate to provide necessary public service. Currently, this happens sort of as an ad hoc basis. It's from time to time as needed by resolution. And so in practice, Republic Services has submitted a rate adjustment request to City Council. Staff will review that, sometimes with consultant support. And we've most recently updated rates in 2013, 2016, 2018, 2020, so about every 2 to 3 years. And the city's practice has been to set fees at a level that targets a 10% operating margin or rate of return within an acceptable range of 8 to 12%. And this is standard for jurisdictions in our region and in the metro region. And just a quick note that in the working draft in the council packet, there was a typo and it says up to 13%, and it's actually, I confirmed with Republic Services, it's up to 12%. So 8 to 12% being that standard range. So what's being proposed in the working draft is moving to an annual adjustment process whereby every year, based on a blended CPI rate, rates would be adjusted. And it sort of, on this slide here, you'll see there's a formula for this. So the idea is to ensure that Republic Services always falls within that acceptable range of an operating margin. So if they are in the lower end of the range, rates would be automatically adjusted so that it would increase to 100% of this blended CPI. And that includes, let me just get my notes on this. The blended CPI includes the consumer price index for the urban region, but also includes disposal increases. So this is where the metro fees come in, natural gas costs, so fuel costs, and employee compensation, so labor costs. So the idea is it's this sort of composite of the major cost drivers for the haulers that will change year to year. I'm seeing some scowls here. Do you have any questions?
I would say to current, what I don't like is the proposed on over 12% no change. Well, if you want to get a change below,
Right.
then you have to go both ways.
Exactly.
And I kind of like the idea that if things get out of hand, they come to talk to us about rate increases, and it's worth our time to do that, because as soon as you go on an automatic pilot mode, I don't know, I think you end up with a, we're not inspecting, or we're not having a relationship with them to say, hey, we want you to hit this target. And I agree with the target levels, because they invest in equipment and they do everything. I'm fine with that, but I think it's a big enough bill to Councilor Maboup's comment that we need to be controlling as partners the expense, and it's worth our review if things get out of hand.
Yeah.
When the cost of cardboard and recycling went up, they came to us.
That was a special
But I'm saying,
supplemental
it
fee.
was still them coming to us saying,
Right.
look.
Yeah, let's
this is
sit down
what's
and talk.
going on. Let's talk about this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say for the no change for over 12%, that there still is that cap. So the idea being if, you know, they would be submitting annual reports and with their collection costs and financial data every year as they do to Clackamas County and to us through an annual report. So if it was showing they'd had, you know, a 13-14% rate of return, we would still be working with them to adjust rates to bring it within that margin. And we can make sure that the franchise agreement is written in such a way that that's specific. But I know that happened, for example, recently in Wilsonville, which the working draft of the franchise agreement that our public service provided is very similar to Wilsonville's franchise agreement, including this sort of automatic rate adjustment process here. So they had I think it was this past year or 2 years ago, they found that, you know, Republic Services had a higher return, and so they worked with them to bring rates down to fit within that band. So I think that we would have a similar process here if that were the case. It's not only that we're increasing, but that, you know, if they're outside of that band, we would still have the opportunity, and City Council would be able to revise those rates. It would just be automatically, annually, we would be looking at rates instead of,
Right.
you know.
It is cumbersome to do the rate review.
Part of it, yeah. I think the benefit to the city is the administrative one. And, you know, feedback that I got from staff at the city of Wilsonville was that, you know, it also helps them kind of to get this detailed breakdown of allowable and unallowable expenses and the kind of cost drivers, right, when they're doing the rate adjustment process. So it provides some predictability, right, for customers as well to understand kind of how are these decisions being made. You know, we know that there's going to be a review every year. But
could we build in we collect the 5% franchise fee to administer this contract and use some of those funds to audit the fees biannually or whatnot to make sure that, if we went this direction, I think that would be imperative to make sure we are within the parameters.
I mean, you have to do the work anyway. I don't understand. I mean, if Wilsonville wants to be on autopilot, let them be on autopilot. I think we should be monitoring. This is a big bill for everybody.
It is, yeah.
Collectively, this is a big ticket item. So I would say it's worth our time that we are, I don't know why we would not be looking at it every year. I mean, I just don't, I would ask our city manager why we would not be looking at it, because this is a big expense. I mean, I understand.
Right
the
now, when they
formulas.
make a rate proposal, we do an evaluation. I mean, we do a financial evaluation of their rate proposal, but we don't examine it in the interim, which this would essentially drive us to do. Because we would want to make sure if it's automatic that our customers were getting fair prices.
So is it the same work either way?
It's the same work. The difference is you all get the final review. And I think as Amanda points out in her staff report, you've given us policy direction in the past we had commercial customers subsidizing residential customers or that way around. And so 2 years ago, you gave us direction to slowly transition so residential customers were paying full freight and reduce the burden on commercial. You would lose that policy steering piece if it was an automatic rate review.
Right.
Councilor Warren.
So when was the last time we actually had somebody else besides Republic handle our waste management?
They were called Rossman, yeah. And it was a family.
Republic
that sold out.
bought Rossman. A lot of the large haulers bought up there used to be a lot of mom and pop haulers in the region. Every community had a Rossman. And the larger haulers have purchased those mom and pop haulers over time. So I don't know when Rossman went away, but I would guess it was sometime in the early aughts.
Yeah,
Usually the real trend accelerated between about 2006 and around 2010. You saw lots of the smaller companies get purchased by the larger ones.
Is there even any competition in
Yeah,
these
sure.
markets?
There's several other large haulers in the region. The very biggest hauler in the entire planet is in the region, Waste Management. there is Waste Connection, there's Recology, there's lots of other haulers. And Amanda and I talked about the idea of going out to bid, which is what you would have the option to do if you keep the current term. We just don't have time. If we had initiated the process back in 2018, we might have had time to go out to bid to see if we could get a better deal.
I just don't like the idea of just being, only having one choice and then, you know, I'm a big believer in competition and a free market enterprise, right? And so I think it benefits, you know, our people. So I don't know what are we able to do. I mean, it's, maybe, does it have to be a 10-year term? Can we have it renewed every 5 years or something?
You know, at some point, what you lose if you ask for a shorter term is they won't invest in new equipment and they won't invest in new programs because they, like all businesses, they need to recover their investment. So I do think that given the types of equipment that they're purchasing, the entire system becomes oriented around the haulers, right? So it's not just the trucks and the cans, it's the transfer stations and the other programmatic work that they do. So I think a 10-year term, every hauler is going to ask for at least 10 years so that they can amortize their investments.
Do you think at this point, at the end of this term here, all the equipment is at the end of its useful life cycle and that and if we sign a new contract?
It's just more about their business cycle, right? Whether our equipment is isolated or not, it's just, they need the relationship between the equipment and the revenue.
Yeah, and I will say too that, you know, experience of other jurisdictions that I've heard is that when they open bids for, you know, waste collection services, the costs tend to be pretty comparable. You know, there's not employee pay and equipment costs and things like that. And the services that are available, we probably wouldn't expect a huge difference among the haulers that are operating in our region. And there is, you know, some benefit to sticking with a company that is very familiar with the geography and, you know, the services available and kind of our local regulations here. So
particularly with the customer service, I mean, you've got satisfied customers, and so there's not really a big reason.
No, I think people are generally really happy, and even compared to the satisfaction rates in other communities, you know, Republic does a good job, and a lot of the drivers even I know have been with them since it was Rossman, and they're very familiar with the streets, and it is a good team, and they have been dedicated to Lake Oswego. So I mean, it's not obviously a reason for a free, you know, pass, but it's good to engage in this dialogue with them, and even when we have looked at it in the past, we've always continued to go with Republic because they've been the, you know.
I wanted to ask the question.
No, it's good.
Yeah.
It's a good question.
Can we get them to throw in an extra, you know, these add-ons that they were talking about? Is there any discussion around, I'm serious. I mean, is there a discussion around that? We have done nothing to prevent a direct competitor of theirs from coming into our community, whereas other communities have banned said direct competitor. So I'm just.
There are, yeah. I'll get to that a little bit later too.
You know,
but
I
there-
don't want
yeah.
to.
So we're hearing here on the
current-
rates that we do not like, what I'm hearing is we do not like the automatic adjustment. Tell me.
Okay,
yeah,
like it the way it
that-
is. That's helpful. Okay.
Well, you don't like, Councilor Ferry?
Your question again was?
Well, do we like the idea of the automatic, or when they want to adjust, they come to us and we then evaluate?
Do we ever say no? We never say no, so that's the thing is why, you know.
True.
Well,
It's like
actually,
we
we
never say
engage
no
in
anyway,
pretty
so-
extensive negotiation
We
with
do.
them. So you might never say no by the time it gets here, but you guys are always the backstop for staff because we don't just accept their rate proposals. We negotiate each rate proposal. And to have you there means that there is a political process at the end, which holds staff and Republic accountable for a fair request.
One thing is, you know, that we've had these past Metro has increased the tip fees substantially over the past 2 years, and they have not, so I think we're in for a sticker shock, which is the one downside.
Well, that's where why I hesitated is because I'm not sure if, you know, like we have a max of 12% and with the way prices and so forth are going up.
Because they don't really come every year. They come.
Inflation on some things is at 11 right now, so.
Yeah, but inflation.
I just know that if you look at some of the other programs that are attached to these adjusted CPI things,
Well, that's.
it can get out of hand really fast. And it's the power of compounding that can often be
Right.
the nemesis
agree with that
of
as
your.
well.
But we have to watch this like a hawk.
Yeah,
mean,
I
it could be
think,
more burdensome.
I think we need to be really good partners with them.
Yeah.
And they would want to sit down with us and make sure that they know that we are fully on board with their rate increases or
And
decreases.
compare like with West Management, how much they're charging, how a household in Portland is paying for the same service we are having here. Because it's also about the consumer that we're representing. I do not represent the public services. I represent people in Lake Oswego, and what I know is they're paying too much. And we cannot continue to play those things, oh, we are tired, or we check. We put them in check and accountable. How much should we put on our people's, burden of things that are getting out of hand? We need to, our power, we're not negotiating with the big oil companies, but we can negotiate with these guys. What we're seeing is unacceptable in America. $5 gallon of gas. Nothing justified. It's a ripoff of our population. Be total, and so we don't control them because we are the lowest in the chains, but we control this kind of corporation. I think we have to hold them accountable and say, no, we don't accept that our people are paying this stuff. That's my view. And we need easier staff, people who know more. John is a good negotiator, a good businessman. We have to, we're representing Lake Oswego here. I mean,
Okay.
I disagree that we just.
No automatic rate adjustments.
Yeah.
Got it.
Next.
All right. Next, customer service standards. So this was, we got a lot of feedback from during the 2018 midterm review. The top part, what's currently in our franchise agreement, would also remain. So the standards for responses would remain in the updated agreement or renewal agreement. But the additions would be more specific updates related to collection impacts from hazardous weather. So this was, again, direct feedback to challenges experienced this past winter with the winter weather. Staff has proposed making sure that there's at least daily updates as schedules change, and so that both the city and customers know what to expect, when to put their carts out, when their services will resume. And also made a couple of recommendations to align with Clackamas County's inclement weather policy more generally, so not only related to customer service, but just making sure we have a more robust inclement weather policy. The other update to customer service standards would be for annual reports and making sure there's just good data in those annual reports about what kind of complaints Public Services is receiving and how they're being responded. So we have kind of that accountability and a pulse check there too.
Go ahead. I would say it's current and proposed. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yeah. The proposed is just an addition to what would be.
Can you put in some language? So I agree 100% with the update, because I think that's what really was hard for us in the weather storm and a couple times. PGE updates you when your service is not happening by text. And I don't know whether that's available or not, but I think even during the holiday schedule, and what really impacts, and it's an environmental concern I have more than anything else, when garbage cans are out for 4 days, you never pull it in because you never know if they're going to come. So we literally had garbage cans out for a week in our neighborhood, and we're not blaming them. We're just betting on are they going to come tomorrow, or are they going to come Wednesday, or whenever it is. And so the texting to say that we're not going to pick up, or they do that even with the bus schedules through the district. So.
No, actually, they upgraded after their experience in January of this year. They know they blew it, and so now they updated.
Okay.
You do?
But I think everybody needs to know.
Oh, I did see that. I will tell you when it's picked up and everything.
It tells me
Then we need a communications effort to alert everybody, because
That's true.
I would have thought somebody in our neighborhood would have known, and maybe that
wasn't
was
around
because
then.
it wasn't around then, okay.
Good item for hello,
But still
hello.
to communicate, because
What?
this is a.
Go hello,
It's a
right.
good item for hello, hello.
Yeah.
But more communication on that. And then also on the holiday schedule, just to make sure that, you know, if it is one of the holidays that they take off, that they pick up or they don't pick up,
Yeah.
Yeah, and not just that it's delayed, but like when they're gonna come.
when they're going to come,
Yeah, 'cause they
right?
kind of just say, oh, your services.
Talking to all your neighbors about what their
Well, nobody got the signal because they were all
We
out.
didn't know in January, and you remember it happened, we had the snow event right after Christmas.
Right.
And then unfortunately, they had a lot of drivers who were ill during that
Right.
time.
Yeah.
So they actually didn't, part of the reason they didn't tell us is because they didn't know.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, that was,
And which,
But
you know
they've
what?
gotten better since then.
Even if they send out a text to say, hey, we're having issues or whatever, as long as it's an informed community, we can all get along and figure out another week or whatever. That's not the big
Absolutely.
deal. It's just, what happens is that garbage cans get tipped over or things happen, and then you have garbage all over your neighborhood, and that's not
you
good.
can have an app that shows who has extra capacity.
Yes.
Who can.
Oh, you do that at 6 o'clock in the morning.
But just don't put your dog poop in.
Yeah, absolutely. So the additional clarity around inclement weather will be a good thing in this update.
That will be positively received.
Yeah, definitely. And the other thing that I'd like to work on is to set up a customer complaint or kind of issue form on our website. They have this with, I think, Tualatin, so that folks have another option besides calling the customer service center to submit complaints. And that the way that it's set up in Tualatin is those complaints go both to city staff and to our public services, so that we can, you know, manage whoever has the most information and is best prepared to respond to that can get that request quickly and respond to it more expeditiously than the phone route. So we'll be working on that as well in terms of customer service. So the next proposed update, and this goes to Councilor Manns, your question about additional services. So I think we've all heard a lot about Ridwell, and what Ridwell has demonstrated is that folks in our community and in surrounding communities, there are people that are interested and willing to pay more for recycling these hard to recycle materials that are not currently included in our curbside collection program. Under our exclusive franchise agreement, Ridwell and other companies that provide recycling collection services are not permitted to operate in our community because we have an exclusive franchise agreement. So what Republic Services is proposing for the franchise renewal would be to include this optional subscription-based service, an enhanced recycling services program is what they're providing it, or calling it, that would allow customers to sign up, who are interested to sign up, pay a fee, to put out materials curbside that otherwise would not be included in normal curbside collections. And the proposed materials are plastic clamshell containers, so those like clear, berry containers, salad greens, things like that, plastic film, light bulbs, and textiles. I don't want to go into a ton of detail here because there's a number of moving pieces. So Republic Services will be putting a report together for City Council to consider this proposal in more detail. There's not a lot currently in the working draft. They're also going to be getting data from the start of this Recycle Plus program in Washington County. So Washington County is working with, they have a number of franchise haulers that will be providing the service in Washington County starting in July, so just next month. So we'll get a little bit of data of how it's working there and what the program guidelines are. And in proposing to have, to bring that material and this question about whether or not to include the Enhanced Recycling Services Program in the franchise agreement to City Council at a study session in the fall. The other sort of data point here is that there's other jurisdictions that are also considering this question too, of what to do about other companies that are providing recycling collection services in light of their franchise agreements and what may or may not be allowed there. And Clackamas County is currently considering that now too. They haven't made a decision, and so I think it could be prudent for us to understand how Clackamas County is going to handle that issue to inform how we want to manage that here in Lake Oswego. However, in the staff report, we did note that our initial staff recommendation is to allow other operators that are providing enhanced recycling services to be, licensed, to set up some kind of a license program that could allow them to operate, since it really does appear like there's a market for these services, at least currently. And there's a number, Ridwell is just one company, James Recycling is another. There may be more that come up, and so that's the initial staff recommendation, but certainly more to come on this topic. So I'll leave that here for now, unless there's any kind of initial questions, but we'll bring you more there.
One on recyclables, paint and electronics.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have in our agreement times that they do that, like once a quarter or once a month? When we lived in California, in Los Altos, they had a place for, you could drop off paint and electronics. And it was like every Saturday, first Saturday of the month or something at a specific zone, and it kind of moved around in places, but it was very helpful because they found a lot of people dumping those things in the trash, and it's toxic and everything else, and it was one of those things where people are going through electronics now so quickly, and there's stuff in them that we shouldn't have.
Yeah, that's a great question. We don't currently have that through our public services.
Right. Metro does household hazardous waste collection. Actually, every Goodwill in Oregon collects electronics under the state's recycling program. Every Miller paint store takes paint. So actually what the system in Oregon has done is not make that the responsibility of the haulers, but really allocate that out in other ways.
That's other good information.
So maybe Amanda and I will talk about as we do the sign up for a tax. Yeah, here's how to dispose of your hazardous materials. Wow. Here are your options.
Okay.
Yeah, and that Metro paint program is something unique to our region too, so it's really great that we have that. Yeah, but that's a good question.
Great information. I should come to city council meetings more often.
Yeah, this is very interesting.
Yeah. So two more decision points that I wanted to highlight that are not currently proposed updates to the franchise agreement, but were decision points that Republic Services highlighted for council to kind of weigh in on. Yeah, I'll be quick and concise with this. So these should hopefully be easy. So the first one, the franchise fee, our franchise fee is currently 5%. It's proposed to stay the same in the working draft, but Republic Services pointed out that it ranges between 3% and 7% in communities in our area. So there's the option for council to revisit that. Staff would recommend that we keep it at 5%, but just wanted to highlight that opportunity. And then secondly, in our current franchise agreement, Lake Oswego School District, all of their facilities and LOSD-owned facilities have a 50% reduced, collection fees are reduced by 50% for all LOSD-owned facilities. 50, half, yeah.
But what?
So effectively, sorry?
Okay, I just wanted to advocate for the private schools, why they are not part of this deal.
It's a good question. This was included in the franchise agreement back in 2012, and so I don't know the whole process. But
this is all part of these little.
This probably has been happening for 122 years on some handshake or something, and it's probably time to deal with it.
I'm talking about Our Ladies of the Lake, about the French school.
I think this is
there.
probably something really that goes back to the Rossman sanitary days. This is not something that got created originally in 2012. And I will also say you guys have been on a policy for not eliminating the cross subsidies in the rates. And so, I assume you will want to phase this out, I guess.
No, I'm asking to add the private school.
I understand.
No, I'm not
that's a council issue.
No, I wanted to stay, yes, for Lake Oswego, but we are part of the district too.
No, I think we should phase this out.
What?
I think we should phase it out. It's a part of their divorce. Yeah, we've been all these kind of with everything else. Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea.
No, for me, we should let the Lake Oswego district have this good stuff.
I only say to you, and I'm not going to argue it because this is a policy decision, so that just means that your other customers are subsidizing, because Republic's guaranteed a rate of return. So if you discount it for Lake Oswego School District, it means other customers are paying more. Now, it's probably not very much more, right? It's probably a very small amount.
But folks, these are our school. This is also our school. This is where our children are going. Come on, like, even if we divorce with them, which I disagree, we have to, if there is something they can take advantage of, we have to let it go. For me, we should not phase it out. It should stay. Because we know we're not fighting them. These are our children. Come on. Like, this is education.
I respect what you're saying.
Yeah, but I defend
respect.
education. I'm sure you respect, but I also think that's education. The city has also the duty, and I'm not even no private school, but the public school. They have this discount. It has to stay. This is for our children's benefit. That's it. I mean, that's the educator who's talking now. Thanks.
Thoughts? Face out, face out.
I would just say, I understand, Councilor Boop about supporting our kids and providing that discount, but it's such a small amount. I don't know how much of it really does benefit. I mean, does it provide more? Does it increase teacher salaries? Does it provide more services to our students? So I don't, do you have any idea what that is? But again, since we're already moving away from having businesses subsidize residential, I think at this point, just to keep it for fairness, I think.
Clean slate. Clean slate.
I mean, any dime that the public school save counts on their things. I was in the budget there, the regular. So I think we should leave it the way it is. We can ask them. I pay as a school, I pay almost $400 a month. How many public schools? And they're bigger 10 times than my school. So which means they pay $1,000 per school or more, or even more. And if they pay $500, it's $5,000 a month, a year. You multiply it, and I'm pretty sure it's more. It can buy books, it can pay for lunches, for...
Well, one of the things that most of our schools are platinum or gold certified recycling and waste management. And so it gives them, I think this will give them an incredible incentive to continue those programs and enhance to get up to the top level. I guess I'm just looking at it that I would like to remove all side deals in everything that we do so that it has equity for everybody. Listen, I'm the biggest fan of schools, but I also think that there's a lot of deals that were made in the handshake deals long before us when we were a small community, and I worry about having all those deals. And if a clean slate is a clean slate, and I would support that. It's not going to be that much. I mean, I don't think.
No, I don't think the district even knows they're getting it. That's my guess.
As Ketzler, I'm pretty sure he's Stuart. Yeah, I mean, for me, we have to support the schools, no matter what. But it comes from where I come from. Cities are in charge of the schools, which is different.
It's a different budget.
It's that,
That's right.
Way of, that culture, that way of life, yeah.
Yeah, we have to be fair across all of our ratepayers, and as much as we value schools.
And I think this community has supported the schools with 2 huge bond measures and local option.
Right.
And so I think the community has definitely been supporting and have been very positive.
Why not provide reduced garbage rates for nonprofits, in town who are, why not, I mean, there's a host of organizations we could say, so it's better just to be fair across the board. We provide other supports for schools, and of course through other ways, but I think when it comes to the garbage rates, we should just be fair about the franchise.
I mean, I'm a nonprofit. What does it do to us if we leave it? Are we gonna lose money as a city, or what's the problem? Like, I don't get
Policy
it.
question.
It's an equity issue for ratepayers.
Yeah, but
For
it
all
was,
ratepayers.
I'm a nonprofit. I don't get it, and I never complain about it. I don't know. Honestly, I think we should. I mean, me, if we are voting, I vote for it to stay. That's
We hear you, we hear you.
yeah.
Good.
Okay,
A man of his principles, and I respect him.
sticking with it.
Yes.
Yes. But I think the consensus is we're gonna phase it out in a,
Over a 60-year period. Oh, just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
So just a quick overview of other changes, but that are, are not major decision points, but certainly let me know if anyone has strong feelings on these. But other updates that we either need to make or will be making to for a renewal franchise agreement. The first is organics collection. We started residential composting, so include the food in yard waste bins in Lake Oswego in 2016. So we just need to make sure to incorporate all of the services that are currently available in the new franchise agreement. We'll also be making updates to include notice of Metro's business food scraps composting requirements. So just making sure that the franchise agreement aligns with that requirement that's being phased in for businesses, food service businesses over the next couple of years to need to compost their food scraps. So really just updates there. Waste audits. The current franchise agreement has biannual waste audits for all city facilities and allows for up to 20 of the largest waste producing commercial accounts in Lake Oswego to do a voluntary waste audit with Republic Services. We never had any businesses that were interested in taking advantage of that, and staff reported that the time and kind of effort required to do those city waste audits really wasn't worth the value that we got out of it. Folks are recycling pretty well, and we can just focus on education to get to our waste reduction goals. So we've removed those required audits, but Republic Services said they'd still be willing to partner if we're interested in something like that, and we can make sure we have language to allow for it, but proposing to remove that requirement. A good update here is Republic Services said they would partner with the city to do 2 annual community disposal events, so community cleanup days in the new franchise agreement. So we'd be continuing their partnership with them on the neighborhood Dropbox program, where they provide drop boxes to support community benefiting events around the community. But this would be an event in the spring and fall that could look like a household hazardous waste collection or a bulky waste collection event that makes it just easier for folks to get rid of the harder to get rid of waste. And so that's a kind of good news. That's something that they're, to your point, would be giving us in this new franchise agreement.
I love it.
And then just, final smaller updates here, updating the definitions to make sure that they align with current state, metro, and county code requirements, making sure that our franchise agreement is aligned with the changes that are happening at the state level with the Recycling Modernization Act, this SB 582. So we just want to make sure that we're basically aligned for where is the state recycling system today, making sure our franchise agreement is up to date there. It can consolidate some reporting so that we have a single annual report instead of we used to have a couple different ones. And that would be due to the city on May 15th each year, by May 15th each year. And then it details city enforcement of ordinance and administrative rules, and I'm working with our city attorney on reviewing that and making sure that all looks good. So again, just a few other updates. So it's just a summary of the proposed changes we just talked through. I think you gave helpful direction on pretty much all of these. So our next steps would be the direction that you gave today. We're planning to bring back the franchise agreement ordinance. So between now and September, staff will be continuing to work with Republic Services, taking the direction that we got today to update that working draft, get final language to bring back to you in September. As the mayor mentioned, we're expecting a rate increase or rate adjustment request from Republic Services as well. So the plan is to bring these 2 things together, hoping we can get the 2 of them ready for council at the same time. So to bring rates and the new franchise agreement back to council for a hearing in September. And then we'll be scheduling this study session on a enhanced recycling services program probably after. We need to figure out the timing, and it would be based on when we're going to get more information about what's happening at the county related to this question.
Can I just, in regards to the organics collection, we'll make sure with because those are the kind of new rates as commercial organics collection moves. It's being implemented right now. I know some are already, just to make sure that that rate is being blended.
Yeah, exactly. So part of that rate adjustment, would be to bundle the rates for commercial organic. So it's part of the recycling rate. Understanding it will be mandatory for some businesses. So that's
Right.
part of what we'd bring with the rate adjustment process.
They may have to adjust rates for some existing. I don't know how they price that prior to the mandate, because we've had it here for a long time.
Yeah, right now it's a separate charge. So the idea of bundling it is just it's easier for administration and for folks to understand what's included. But right now, if it's required, that they just would be adding on that additional charge for commercial composting. If folks are phasing it in prior to the rate adjustment, but it's being implemented right now. But the first compliance deadline is not till, I believe, the end of this year or March of next year.
It's basically that everyone pays the same, right? And then there's a small adjustment to the rates to account for the fact that they have to do this organics collection, right?
Well, there's different size bins.
Well, no, I mean, that's what I mean. Everyone kind of, it's like a recycling, like you don't pay for recycling.
Yeah,
You get it,
exactly.
right,
Yeah,
exactly.
That's what we'd be moving
Right.
towards. We don't currently have that, but that's what we would be moving towards.
Okay, when they
with the
introduce
rate
new
adjustment.
rates.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, and then when there is a rate increase, who communicates that to the ratepayers? Do we communicate that, or does the Republic communicate that?
Yes, the answer is yes. And I think the last time we did it, we had quite extensive communication that went out through the city's normal communication channels, but Republic will also notify customers, usually with your bill. However, whether you get your bill electronically or in the mail, they usually tell you there's a rate adjustment coming. And so we always want to have enough lead time when that's why if we do a rate adjustment in September, it might not be effective until January 1. To make sure there's enough time to communicate to the ratepayers that it's coming. Or I'm just picking dates. It could be that the proposal is different, but.
Okay, that's great.
Can I throw something out there really quickly? It's not a question, it's more of a comment. It's probably time to remind people that Republic does offer a smaller trash bin.
Yes.
Like a, whatever it is, 20-gallon, little tiny one.
Yeah.
Little mini one. Looks like a regular one. But for folks who are concerned about rising rates, that might
That's a good
be
point.
useful.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, in the past too, we have structured the rates to keep that cost the same, even when we increase the rates, to encourage people to use less and to spread the cost.
And I love it.
Yeah, it's great. I'm a
Thank
small
you.
user too. It does force you to think about it.
Wow, we could devote a special edition of Hello Hello on recycling
We
and
are.
garbage. Yeah,
Trash talk.
trash talk.
Ms. Watson, thank you very much. Comprehensive.
Thank you.
report. I know there are lots of questions there, but this doesn't come up
Thanks for sticking
once every
around.
10 years.
Yeah, thank you for
We appreciate it.
your feedback and input. It's very helpful.
Thank you. That's great. Okay, we're almost done, sort of, until we move to the snack den. Okay, so now to the consent agenda. We have one item, which is Resolution 22-13, adjusting compensation for management confidential positions not represented by a bargaining unit. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You vote. Are you opposed?
No, I'm not.
You're in favor? Okay, motion passes 6-0.
I'm not
Oh.
for the.
No, we're voting on the consent agenda.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. There's a
Okay.
I'm always in.
Okay.
I want it to be voiced so people know.
Okay.
No
Do we
mistake.
have is there any information from anyone on the council?
Only that, I just want to mention from Parks and Rec, you're probably all up to date, or you should be, about the pickleball situation. The Parks and Rec has bounced it back to us.
No pun.
No pun intended. So we'll have to make some decisions on what the recommendation is.
Who will we
So
paddle?
Who will we paddle? Yes, and so it's, it may put us into a pickle, yes. We may be in a pickle of a decision.
It's coming on July 5th, and we're going to try to get you out in the field. You won't be here, at least not for the field conversation. We're going to try to get you out in the field so you can hear it for yourself. I was out there today, and I think you'll see you'll hear the issue. You'll hear what the issue is.
Okay. Counselor Mans. Counselor Mans.
Oh, Counselor Me, okay. I just want to report that the Juneteenth, I wanted to report that the lobster feed, Rotary, was someone else going to report on that? I don't want to take anyone's thunder away. Was extremely successful, and I had read in the review today that it brought in approximately $400,000, which is quite incredible. Probably because it wasn't 150 degrees in the tent, but it was chilly. I also was going to report that that's it.
Thank you, Counselor Mans. Counselor Boone.
Wow, that's a lot of lobster there.
That was a lot of lobster.
I don't like lobster. That's
Many people don't.
I don't. So I report about Juneteenth. It was a wonderful thing. Thank you, Lake Oswego. Again, moving forward, it was wonderful. Honestly, I liked it, and thank you. Yeah.
You did a wonderful job. Thank you.
Oh,
for
yeah, and
representing us.
the mayor did a beautiful speech. Yeah.
No.
He didn't airdrop my speech, so I didn't have. It was good. Thank you.
I just want to just quick update coming from C4. There's a regional flexible RFFA, regional flexible funds. I'm not sure what the A is. Anyway, our project, the city, our team submitted for Lakeview Boulevard, more down towards the River Grove section of Lakeview, and it was received number 3 prioritization on the list. So that's going to be advancing forward for funding. Clackamas is asking for all of it. It had 6 projects, 3 street projects and 3 pathway projects. Those total amount for only 10% of the total pot for the whole county. So that means that 90% of the funding, even if they approve all of it, will go to Multnomah and Washington. So we were asking them to approve all of the projects that Clackamas is putting forth, which would include the Lakeview Boulevard project, which is to add sidewalks, make it more, which would be great. That's down near where the bus barn is. So I think that would be a good improvement project. So thank you to Martha and the team for putting that forward.
I'll pass it on to Erica. That's great news that it ranked that highly.
No, well,
it's great news.
3 out of the 3. So.
3 out of the 3 from Clackamas. Oh, well, all right.
Sorry, but
okay.
Still, I mean, what do we expect? It was good. It's good. Okay, that's all we have. Okay, yeah.
I would only say I apologize to Counselor Wynn and Counselor Burdick for the sun in their eyes. It is only going to happen today, but one day of the year, so I apologize. It is the longest day of the year.
Can we do a declaration, another proclamation, that today is the first day of summer and it's actually sunny in Oregon and it shall remain so throughout October?
I think that's because the Rose Festival is over, so.
I know we can stay here till 10 o'clock and still get out in time for a lovely evening. What's not? Okay. So we are now going to move into executive session. And before we do so, we'll ask Mr. Well, we're going to break after. We're coming right up. Last Mr. Lewis to read the legal parameters for us before we break.
Thank you, Mayor. The Lake Oswego City Council now meet under authority of ORS 92.6602D to conduct deliberations with persons designated to carry on labor negotiations, and F, consider records that are exempt by law from public inspection. The public is not invited back, including media, because this is discussions on labor.
Okay, Thank you very much. We will, this will conclude the broadcast portion of the meeting, so we will not be back, and we will take a 10-minute recess before we reconvene in the workroom for the session. Thank you.
10-4.